Ladies and gentlemen, heard you like Star Trek. At least that's what I hear. You know, there's all kinds of random stuff you can hear over the place. It's kind of weird when you think about it, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. 'Cause today I'm gonna finish up some Borg stuff, and then we might finally get to the Wrath equivalent. So, gentlemen, greetings from beautiful Ryza. Oh my goodness. So, let's jump right into it. Let's not have to chop up things badly again. So, we only have 2 missions left here. Last we left, the Borg had just attacked a colony, and the Undine showed up out of absolutely nowhere, and like, hey, what's up? And it's like, what? So, we tried to follow a... God, if we don't finish the Borg arc today, something's wrong. We followed the Undine, and the Borg ships were being tracked to another system. So we need to figure out what the heck is going on, and go deal with it. So we're going to go do that. Oh yeah, and I do apologize for being late, but I was dealing with Mike Romano's homework. Because he just keeps giving me homework, it's weird. Yeah, we met with the scientist Cooper. He seems like a nice sort, I kind of like him. And we have the ship for the job. So we're detecting wreckage of an Undine ship. It could be the vessel following the Borg sphere that captured the Undine prisoner. We must stop the sphere before it can return to the collective. Confirmed. This wreckage matches the energy signature of the Undine vessel. It appears they've been destroyed recently. We must be close. Yep, you said, hey, Lore, why don't you have all the Mass Effect music? And I was like, because, like, it would take extra time and work and effort to do that. So I woke up this morning early to do the time and effort necessary to get Mass Effect music in the game. We'll get to that in a minute. Right now we're fighting Borg. You know, Mr. Red's about to go nail an interview and get a brand new job. I hear he's going to be the head CEO of EA, now that EA is seeking to sell itself, so we'll see what he manages. He certainly couldn't be worse than Jackass Face, who doesn't even work there anymore. There. Let's see. Where's the Borg reinforcements? I'll punch you. I'll punch you. Yeah. Wait, no, come back. Come back. Come back. Yeah, I don't like the look of this ship. I love the gameplay of this ship. That's why I use it. Man. It's... Listen, symmetrical ships are for losers. Why I always fly around in a Breen ship. I should probably actually have my tea. It's probably too cold by now. Actually, of the Juggernauts, this is the least slow. I know that doesn't look like it, but trust me when I say this is much faster of a turning radius than the other Juggernauts. Honestly, this is faster than a Pterodactyl. Especially when you hit this button. Oh, the Vaadwaur is much worse, and so is the Emerald Chain one. The Borg have tangled the Undine before, and they're opening rifts into fluidic space. Oh no. Thank you, Walker. Always appreciate you. I will put that towards a short hike. As soon as I readjust over here, start killing some Borg. Honestly, I could probably just start from here. So, let's see here. Short hike. Done. Whoop, whoop, whoop. By the way, if anybody wants to join me for a TFO, we're going to be doing one soon-ish. In about 2 missions, actually. I don't remember if it's ground or not. I don't think it is. It's Romulan, if that helps. One I don't remember if I've done or not. Yeah, go ahead and meet on Nukara. It's such a perfect meetup spot. It's kind of funny, really. Oh, sorry. What I meant was inertia, not the turn rate. Let me just say this in more layman's terms. This ship turns better than the other ship. Or maybe maneuvers better, might be a better way to phrase that. Oh my god! The Borg have brought an Undine vessel to our dimension. What do we do? Let's choose our targets carefully. I want to kill Undine and Borg equally. That's actually what I just said. Death to the Borg! Death to the Undine! Death! Death! Listen, honestly, the Undine are a race that could probably be completely wiped out, and it wouldn't really be all that much worse for it. Yeah, enjoy, Zach Taft. Yeah, some of you may or may not remember, during the Voyager ruminations, especially some of the other references, I kept having trouble referring to them as 8472. Because in my mind, they're the Undine. Whoops, I can't heal because I have a mug of tea in my hand. Well, let's look at this objectively, Space Cadet. The Daleks have been defeated by a staircase before. So. Oh my god. The Borg cube is damaged. We must beam aboard it. They were a threat of the week, Blade Travel. No, seriously. I could give you specifics, but if you actually look at it, the Undine are no different than any other threat of the week. They are magically stronger and better than, whoever they're up against. It's just, rather than being stronger and better than, the Enterprise, they're stronger and better than the Borg. Until they needed to not be. So yeah, they're the threat of the week. I'm really not making that up. The Undine are such a throwaway race. They show up in a grand total of 3 episodes, 2 of which aren't good. Alright, the cubes have been damaged and they're in a regeneration state. So let's go kill everything. Can I just say I do love the way they visualize the inside of the Borg ships? This is the kind of stuff they basically couldn't do on the show because of budget. And I just really like this approach better than, well, anything we see in the actual shows. So, yeah, they literally don't even get a name. This game we're playing right now gave them the name Undine. Okay, so the Borg have been working on assimilating the Undine. Excellent. Death to the Undine. The Borg have invaded fluidic space and have established a beachhead within fluidic space. That's interesting. So I suppose if you want more deets, if the Borg are the ultimate tech, the Undine are the ultimate bio. They have extraordinarily aggressive cellular structure. I'll talk about that in a second. They are fully organic in terms of their approach and style. They're psychic, on top of everything else, and they hate everything that isn't them, hence the comparison to the Daleks. Writers tend to bounce back and forth on their opinion as to whether or not they can beat diplomacy or not. Because sometimes they're portrayed as Daleks, there's no reasoning with them. Sometimes they're portrayed as, just another race, effectively. So, shrug. There's also information, which may or may not be accurate, about the fact that they wiped out all life in their home galaxy. Because xenophobes. Like, imagine playing Stellaris and playing a maxed xenophobe who successfully wipes out everyone else on the galaxy map. That's the Undine. Kind of makes you wonder how the diplomacy thing is supposed to work, but again, whatever on that front. Is this playing? It is, it's just really quiet, okay. Okay. Well, the Zerg are kind of dependent on whoever's running them. The Undine are just, kill. You're not us, kill. Yeah. It's one of the reasons why, honestly, if given a choice, I'll take the Borg over the Undine. Because, holy crap. Wants me to go the other way. Damn it. Alright, hang on. I'm definitely detecting Undine life ahead, but something appears to be wrong with them. The patterns don't match information we have. It's almost like... dramatic pause. Oh, for God's sakes. Hang on. Let me kill the trash really quick. I mean, at least the Borg conquer. The Undine just wipe out. There's also turning back from the Borg and, well... some theories about the Borg's long-term development. There's no hope with the Undine. Hey, Lolam Loss. Hope you had a good vacation. 'Cause if you didn't... Okay, good. Everyone put away your agonizers. We're good, we're good. I mean, it's kind of a pick-your-poison situation, In fact, we'll do a poll right now in chat. Would you rather be horrifically killed by the Undine or assimilated by the Borg? Now, you're probably thinking, what do you mean by horrifically killed? Well, I mentioned that extremely aggressive cell structure, right? Imagine for a moment, like if I punch you in real life, this contact, especially if I'm really going for it, will leave a few little tidbits of skin cells there, right? That doesn't mean anything, because it's just skin cells. But for the Undine, what happens is that skin is now on your face and is going to invasively start to grab, convert, and destroy all the other cellular life around it, aka your face. It is apparently quite unpleasant. There's also some implications that this extreme cellular aggressiveness is part of why they are the way they are in a societal sense. And thank you, Lola Moss. And we'll put that down for Dawn of War 2. Starting early with the bugs today, aren't we? We're already flickering all over the place. Also, if I can be blunt for just a second, the Borg at least can be written well. I would say that the Undine have never been written well, at least in the shows. And even in the game, like let's put this together for a second. Have you seen a Borg cube? It's gargantuan. It's actually one of the biggest ships in Star Trek. That gigantic ship has tremendous power generation and is incredibly modular and blah, 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 right? The Undine ships, by contrast, are closer to Voyager's size. Now, the Intrepid isn't a super small ship, but it's not a big ship either. It's pretty little, relatively speaking. Those dinky little ships can destroy planets. And their beams have so much power output, it's actually silly. So, this is part of why I keep calling them a threat of the week, because they are. They're just stronger. They just have these super death beams. No explanation. Doesn't need it. Just can do that kind of power output. On top of being the fact that they're organic. On top of the fact that they're stupid maneuverable. On top of the fact that they have the ability to be super invasive with their cellular structure. On top of the fact... You get the idea. Meanwhile, the Borg are experimenting with assimilating Undine. Yeah, honestly, the way the Jem'Hadar were originally portrayed is very similar to the Undine. I'm glad we eventually developed the Jem'Hadar into a race that actually makes a degree of sense. But they were just better than everyone else originally, and that always irritated me. One thing we've been thinking about in the rewrite is making it so that instead of the Jem'Hadar being, you know, superior, genetically augmented death soldiers, we're thinking about making them fodder. In short, that the Jem'Hadar both in ships and in ground win by numbers, not by strength. Which, honestly, is kind of how they are anyways, but if you remember, they're supposed to be genetically engineered supermen. Like, one Jem'Hadar should honestly be an elite troop. The way they portray them, not a swarm troop. Yeah, believe it or not, the Borg have not yet managed to adapt to the heart of a star. So anyways, this is an Undine Borg. It's an interesting fight. It's not as mean as the Queen. Probably shouldn't be. Exactly, Kira White Noise. That's exactly the direction. I should probably mention most Undine are effectively mini-bosses in this game. So... Stop, there we go. Oh my god. Someone deal with these drones, please. I'm trying to do the quest here. I mean, that makes sense. I would too, Flag Ant. That's a good question, Space Cadet. Honestly, we're not actually sure. We know what we want to do with the Vorta, because I feel like the Vorta are honestly underused in the show. And we really should, you know, do more with it, my opinion. The Founders, we definitely have some ideas with the Founders. I'm not sharing those. But the Jem'Hadar, not sure. Oh, you're right, Blade Tripole. It totally does. Are we done? Can I go download, overload the vinculum yet? Alright. The Flanborg. We knew it! The pack lids? And then all the pack lids were erased from existence. Just like that. They never existed to begin with. Any questions? Alright. We've prevented the Borg from sending their findings to the collective. Time to wipe out that cube. Oh, hang on. First we gotta kill the Undine. Die, Undine. Die. 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 You'll not find me as weak as the Borg. I have evolved beyond mere mortal flesh. Wow, he is just stuck at 1 HP. Alright, I'll let you live. Because you're cheating and are invincible. Figures they had to literally cheat to survive me. Alright, we did it. Let's get out of here. But yeah, I don't have any plans for the pack lids. The general rule is and always has been, if we can't fix it, if we can't make it better, then we eject it. And fixing almost always means expanding, too. So we'd have to make the pack lids an actual race, rather than a threat of the week. Now, the Kazon, you already know what I'm doing with the Kazon. That's old news. But we can do stuff like that, you know, like, and we're also doing something similar with the Nausicaans. Alright, so we've recovered data from the Borg cube. The Borg have established a foothold in Undine space. The Undine make very little distinction between alien races, so it's possible the Borg presence is what's causing their aggressive behavior. We cannot afford full-out war with the Undine. Their biotech surpasses our most advanced technology. Therefore, we have assembled an expedition to remove the Borg from the Undine space. Does anybody else think this is a bad idea? The Ocampa will have to exist because Kess exists. Although I guess that's not true. We can make Kess another species pretty easily. They live longer than 9 years, though. That's stupid. The Breen?
Welcome to the CUDA system. I am Admiral Tuvok of the USS Voyager. I will provide tactical assistance on this mission.
Hi, Tuvok.
Thank you. Your meteoric rise through the ranks is well known to me as well. Sensors indicate the division between normal and fluidic space is thinner here, making crossing much easier. The Undine have used this location in the past. We will use it now. The majority of the fleet will remain here to protect this area. Our team will enter fluidic space, locate, and then survey the Borg presence there. If possible, we will destroy it. When you are ready, Voyager will open the singularity.
Well, yeah, obviously Tuvok's in charge of Voyager. As well he should be. 1 second. We've actually got a bit of a fleet going here. Federation and Klingon. And, you know, whatever I am. Yeah, sure. Here's fluidic space. I has this. Any questions?
We have made a successful transition into fluidic space. Unlike our own, this dimension is filled with an organic fluid. The main indigenous life form is species 8472. Sensors are detecting a Borg signature nearby. Your vessel will take the lead in the investigation. We will follow.
So, that's the summary. Instead of space, aka mostly empty space, fluidic space is underwater. The whole thing is liquid. Viscous liquid, too. It's funny because even there's a little bit of a status effect in fluidic space, which sucks, by the way, which means you move around even if your ship is steady, even if you're just being completely static. Obviously, things don't work quite the same here because of the fluid, so those little things over there, those are actually planets, or the equivalent thereof. Good question, Space Cadet. We don't know. We actually know very little about fluidic space and the Undine in general, because they were a threat of the week. Threat of the weeks are usually not fleshed out all that much. So this is an interplexing beacon. The Borg must not be able to transmit their subspace frequencies as easily through organic fluid. These relays are boosting the signal so they can have communications with the collective. So you can start to see the problem over there in the distance. Oh, of course, Platerval. Almost everything I'm telling you is from STO, not the show. There's very little we learned about them in the show. There's 5 beacons. I should probably get some music going here. But I actually have a different song in mind for this one.
We've been examining the data on the interplexing beacons, and we believe we may have discovered a vulnerability in the Borg subspace carrier wave technology. If it's acceptable to you, I would like the Venture to remain here and run some tests while you investigate the signal. We may not get another opportunity.
That is acceptable. We'll investigate the signal while the Venture remains here. So yeah, you see the Uniplex over there? It's kind of hard to see because, you know, underwater, but it's there. Oh, you want me to... Ah, fine, I'll investigate the signal first. There should probably be pressure here, yes. Yes, StarCraft era. I'm not making that up. I'm not memeing. I think it's criminal how little StarCraft we've had, because I find that setting fascinating.
This landmass is unique in fluidic space. It is not a planet by Starfleet definitions. If I had to categorize it, I would say it is similar to the coral reefs found in Earth's oceans. The ground itself is a framework for living creatures.
So there's the thing I mentioned just a minute ago.
Fascinating. We are detecting a number of ships in the area. Starfleet, Klingon Defense Force, Romulan Republic, even Ferengi and Cardassian. Most species from the Alpha and Beta quadrants appear to be represented.
Yeah, a lot of ships, actually. These ships have identical configuration to ships found in the Alpha-Beta quadrants, but they can't have been constructed there. Detecting alloys that are not used in standard ship construction. The alloys correspond to technology found on Iconia, but why would the Iconians make fake ships? Sir, I'm detecting a gateway opening. Oh no, it's Gorn ships! And Romulan ones. And Klingon ones. The Undine are destroying them. No. Yeah, physics here quite literally have to be different, but that makes sense. Picking up distress call from the Venture.
Captain Simmons to Voyager. The Borg are here. We're taking heavy fire and need immediate assistance.
On our way. Oh, absolutely, Sub-Zero. Then again, I love this game, so what the hell do I know? Good morning, Tazara. This is completely disconnected, Leitval. Dr. Cooper managed to get to the escape pod. Patch him through.
I never should have come on this mission. I'm a scientist, not an explorer. Take me out of this awful place right now!
I'm sorry, hold up. Talk to me. What happened?
The Borg attacked and we had to abandon ship. We were floating here, waiting, and then... Undine! They came out of nowhere, tore through us like tissue paper. We shouldn't have invaded their space. They're so strong, we're weak. Please take me out of here!
What about Captain Simmons? I didn't see her in the escape pods.
I don't know. It all happened so fast. She insisted on being the last one to leave the ship. I don't even know if she made it out alive. Now, can we leave?
I'm sorry, Dr. Cooper. We do have a mission to complete. So, I'm going to say the word pineapple here. I just want you to remember this is the moment in which I said pineapple. Okay? Cool. Moving on. I could go for some pineapple right now. Beacon scanned. Coordinates of final beacon downloaded. It's been a lot of traffic here. Yeah, gravity should be weird. We know subspace is weird, and that's just its own thing. We have coordinates of the Borg fleet. Yeah, where are they? Please tell me where the Borg fleet is. I can't possibly find them. But you notice how some of the...
Borg presence is much larger than we anticipated. Nevertheless, our orders are to remove as much of it as possible. Voyager will follow your lead.
Is that a Borg Unimatrix? It's enormous!
I admit that it is an impressive structure.
What way to call it? I'm gonna punch you. I'm gonna punch you. Stop tractoring me, you asshole. God dang it. Ah. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold up. Hold up. We're having some issues here. Back off for a second. Back off. Oh yeah, no, this thing is the size of several cities, which is its own level of impressive. Especially being built in fluidic space. Although that should probably be more like impossible, but whatever. Probably built out of the local coral, if we're being honest. Like, that's probably where the raw materials came from. Alright, we're fighting Borg. Sorry, hang on. Let's switch back to the Borg playlist. Borg. Oh, I agree, Yura. Among other things, it makes them very distinct, but also it makes them, different from everyone else, I guess is the way I want to phrase that. Like, Every other ship has some degree of aesthetics. Borg ships have an absence of aesthetics. And it's awesome. Thank you, Narset. Always appreciate those subs. I will put that towards Dungeon Siege 2, if you give me a second here. Yeah, whoever, I forget who, I actually wrote it down back when I was covering Q Who. But whoever came up with the idea for the Borg cube to be a giant Borg cube, great idea. Pretty much put the stamp on our public consciousness.
Our deflector arrays. We must destroy it before we can retreat.
Just from that one decision. If you're paying attention, this is a low-B version of the Hive Onslaught mission we already did. They've even got the V'ger ship over there. Not quite the same, obviously, and it's much easier. Could you stop doing feedback for a second? Oh my god. Correct, Trihexia. Taking a minute.
Opening singularity now. I recommend an immediate withdrawal.
Agreed. Get the hell out of here. That's true, Space Cadet. You're gonna... All right. Oh, they're about to show off their super cannon. Still dumb. That's an impressive explosion, though. Actually got rid of the mass before it exploded. As a reminder, that shot can destroy a planet. Because dumb.
We need to report to Starfleet Command immediately. We thought that the Undine were responding to a Borg incursion into their space. Now appears that the Iconians, or some entity posing as them, has created false Alpha and Beta Quadrant ships and sent them into fluidic space. Clearly, the Undine attacked us because they thought we attacked them first.
That's on point for them.
There is some good news. The spread of the Borg nanovirus has halted, and thanks to the Doctor's research, we should be able to prevent future planets from being assimilated in this manner. The Borg will adapt in time, but we have also stopped them from transmitting the technique for Undine assimilation to the collective. It is possible they could learn how to do so again. We will need to remain vigilant.
What about the Borg still in fluidic space?
The Borg in fluidic space were forced to retreat, and logic suggests it will be quite some time before they trouble the Undine again. The end of the Borg attacks in their home might stop the Undine advance into our space. But if the Iconians continued to trick Species 8472 with false incursions, they could decide to invade ours in retaliation.
So what now, Admiral?
Voyager will take Dr. Cooper and the other survivors back to Earth. I suggest that we all confer with our fleet commanders to determine the next course of action. We have not seen the last of the Undine.
No, we have not, unfortunately. Let's get out of here. Let's go inside the ship because it's too big. I mean, honestly, leave the Undine to their own space. Leave us the hell alone. Jesus. Frickin' Undine. Ah, thank you, Renzada. Always appreciate, and I will jot that down for Fallout New Vegas. So, false flag reports, which the Undine are falling for because they're morons. Cool. That's it for the Borg arc. This ship does have an interior. I don't know what it looks like. Let's find out. I mean, honestly, if we can't wipe out all the Undine, then sealing them off probably is our best overall option, yeah. Look, I'm not advocating genocide. I'm just saying that we should wipe out all of a single species, okay? It's just, it's different. It's different. Now. Come on, there we go. So that is the end of the Borg arc, and so I keep using WoW terms. Also related to FF14 terms, because a lot of MMOs follow similar general paths of progression across their expansions. So we've already done BC, right? We've already done Burning Crusade. It's old, it's honestly kind of crap. This is the Borg bridge, seriously. This looks like a Generico bridge, like one of the standard bridges. In fact, I think it is. Well, whatever. So, we've done all the BC stuff at this point in time, but there's a bit of a changeover because they'd started doing some new stuff, and they weren't quite sure what they were doing with it, but they obviously had some ideas for where they wanted to go with the series, with the storyline, and with the gameplay. So we're going to start transitioning. We are officially done with BC, thank God, but we're not out of the woods yet, because now we have to do Wrath. And if you've ever actually followed me on anything ever, including both in FF14 and in WoW, you'll know that, unlike the other 99% of the universe, I don't venerate Wrath as the greatest expansion ever. Quite the contrary. For me, Wrath is BC, but slightly better. Because, you know, that's exactly what it is. It still has a lot of problems, it's still pretty jank, it's got some story issues, and its gameplay is still going to kind of suck. So let's start Wrath, shall we? So let me head to Nukara, first and foremost. Anybody wants to join me for the beginning of Wrath, more than welcome to. Oh my god, why am I way up here? Okay, hang on. Could go down to Drozana. Or it's bugged. Cool. I'm gonna go down to Ryza. Yeah, it's an uptick in quality, don't mistake me. It is definitely better. It's just, you know. So I'm going to be a minute here as we get in position. Look at my notes. I might need to make sure we're all up to date, which I believe we are. Yeah, once we get past Wrath, we'll be into Cataclysm. Cataclysm equivalent would be when we start the Solanae stuff, by the way. And that's going to transition pretty much immediately, and I'll tell you the exact moment we get into Pandaria. It'll be pretty obvious. And then we'll stumble. Because we gotta have our bad. Can't have good stuff without bad. Supposedly. Go! Oh yeah, here, I actually have a music setup for this. Yeah, trust me, when I start really gushing, you'll know we're there. We're almost, not quite. We're getting there. We're getting to the point where we're not net negative on gameplay. Well, I used to just go to Drozana, but that's been bugged for literally weeks at this point. Whoops! Uh-oh. Okay, hold up. Okay. Well, hang on. We have a problem. I actually know exactly what happened, and that's... I don't actually think I can fix that. So let's do this. Jesus, I'm gonna have to reposition this thing manually. Hang on a second. Hang on. So let's get it in the right pixel. Right there. Yep, nope, I'm right. Right there. There we go. Him. Thankfully. We're good on that. Alright, so we got a couple people here. Only 2 people, but you're both more than welcome. There's 3 people. Holy crap. Alright, so let's get bites going out here. Listen, gameplay positives. You gotta emphasize the positives. That's how it works. So let me double check my notes here, make sure we're doing the right stuff in the right order. Yep. So this is kind of weird. This came out, like I said, we're kind of going to be jumbling around a little bit because of the whole, they hadn't really codified things yet. As I've said several times, we won't be really doing things in a linear order until we get to Solanae. So even the Romulan stuff, we're still going to be bouncing around a little bit. Like I said, this is Wrath. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. All right, so we want to do... hang on. There it is, the Romulan Imperial Minefield. How many of you have even done this TFO? Don't lie to me, you've never done this. But never done this. Ever, ever, ever. I don't remember when Tier 6 ships came out. It's been a while. It's been years. It's funny you say that, Shelflame, since we're still arguably going through the bad content of the game. Why are we... What happened? Oh, it's loading. I was gonna say, what's taking so long? And we need to emote. This is my emote. The only emote that matters. Okay.
Our intelligence services have discovered an Imperial Romulan operation to take over the mining facilities in this remote area of space. They're using these asteroid mines to collect materials for constructing more warbirds. We need to rescue the transport ships by breaking through the Romulan forces, destroying their minefields, and liberating the processing centers.
So which end? That's it. You know what I love? That stupid jellyfish ship is about the size of my stupid juggernaut. I'll have that tonight, consequently. So, I've mentioned before that the dailies are all on a 20-hour timer, which is a fantastic idea, by the way. Very, very, very early on in MMO history, like,
The Romulans have cloaked mines next to the transports. Keep an eye out.
Yeah, whatever. So about 15, 20-ish years ago, some people are like, hey, let's make a daily. And that daily was 24 hours. But the problem is 24 hours actually means 24 hours plus X. And you can't always be there at the exact moment it's there. And sometimes you have work, and sometimes you fall behind, and
against those frigates.
So forth and so on.
Just a few more to go.
So you were guaranteed to fall behind, and you were inclined to fall behind. So someone came up with the idea of the 23-hour timer, and people are like, oh, that's a good idea. But then someone else, and I believe it was actually Lotro, actually pioneered this, came up with the idea with the 20-hour timer. And that's the sweet spot right there. It's a nice big 4-hour variance in either direction, which means you can technically squeeze in another day or so if you really push for it. But it also means that if you have, you know, a life and a job, then you can make that work. And I'm going the wrong way, but that's okay. So that's why some people already have their jellyfish. Now hang on, there's actually another reason some people already have their jellyfish. So you see right there the low buys, or that's the wrong thing. You see there, right, buyout. One of the things you can do is you can spend low buy to just buy out a project immediately. It's one of the reasons why the moment this thing showed up, some people already had it because some people actually had that kind of low buy on them to just buy the whole event out. I don't like that. I don't mind it existing, but I don't know, it's kind of complicated. Having it as an option is fine, and it's actually a pretty good sync, but making it low buy is kind of eyebrow raising. That should probably be dilithium. And yeah, almost every event has the ability to just buy progress and get it over with.
The job isn't over yet. The enemy has disabled nearby mining facilities. Each facility will need several repairs to restore complete functionality. The local system relies on these resources for survival.
I got you, Nog. Don't you worry. Ignore that giant, stupid jellyfish. Now, I would probably increase the price substantially if it was dilithium, but, I mean, again, that's the point. It would be a dilithium sink instead of a low-buy sink. We don't really need low-buy sinks in this game. We have plenty. Let's see if it lets us stack here or not. Oh, someone has a Kobayashi Maru. Or not. Yeah.
Facility Beta is safe. Facility Gamma is up and running.
Thank you, Darth Tyron. I hope you like it, because it's pretty much the same playlist I'm going to use for Tor, with a couple of provisos. Like, I'm going to use the desert playlist on Tatooine and the cold playlist on Hoth, but the general Tor playlist is going to be the same one. I'm glad I woke up early this morning. Let me... There we go.
Facility Alpha is back online. Got their attention. Even though you've defeated their ships, liberated the asteroid factories, and repaired the disabled mining facilities, they don't seem to get the message. Sensors have detected the warbird Falcata leading a battle group to this system at high warp.
Well,
the Falcata will probably try to blockade the orbital processing plants. In order to protect the civilians in this system, we must regain control of the plants. Destroy the Falcata if necessary, and free those civilians.
Destroy, done. Any questions?
Excellent! The area is secure, and we restore peace in the system. I'll mention your efforts in my official report. Chimera out.
Thanks, Nog. Camera. Not actually a bad instance. I feel like that one got a rework. God, I'm inside the star. Let me just... There we go. It's kind of hanging out in the star here, like you do. Now I'm actually going to go ahead and stay here, because what we're going to do now is something weird. We're going to spend probably most of the rest of this early shift playing as a Romulan. So, I've mentioned before how the overwhelming majority of the other different characters don't have anything all that unique, right? They just go through their intro thing, and then they sync up with the rest of the ships. Romulans are different. Romulans have a completely different early story arc, which not only includes the Wasteland story arc, which is one of the abandoned story arcs for other characters, but also kind of crosses over the other characters' Romulan arc. This is the only time they actually did this. So the Romulan intro stuff and the Romulan TFOs and quest stuff all kind of overlap a little bit. So for the sake of completion, we're just going to do character first, then we're going to do everything else. And hopefully that'll make sense. So let's make our Romulan. Let's get the best Romulan music ever going here. It's Dominion. So we can be Romulan, Reman, liberated Romulan, or of course, alien, but we're just gonna be Romulan. Of course we're just gonna be Romulan. What else are we gonna be? Come on. I suppose I should. Let's see. I think we'd be a good engineer. Right? That feels... Yep, so. Let's engineer it up. Let's see, what are our presets here? I like that chin. Oh yeah, check that out. There we go. Don't like the eyebrows. Hang on, let's fix the eyebrows. That's a little bit better. Oh, I know, right, Space Cadet? Wait, you don't get beards? What? Of course, have you ever seen a Vulcan with a beard? That's a lie, of course you have. But only in the Mirror Universe. That's how you can tell it's a Mirror Universe Vulcan, because they have beards. Where's... what I'm looking for? It's not here? It's probably not here. Let's go here. Gotta be bald. Very important. Or we could have glam rock hair. Yeah! No, who wants to be a Romulan before we erase them from existence forever? Yes, Cybok was actually a Mirror Universe Vulcan. It explains everything if you think about it. Well, let's do Captain Justin, the RRW Darth Tyrant. Or maybe just Tyrant. The RRW Tyrant. Greetings from beautiful Romulus!
What we knew is gone. Our home, our lives, all that we were, dust. Blasted across empty, heartless skies. But we live. Our legacy lives within every ship we fly, upon every world we touch, in our hearts, in yours. There will be challenge. You will know fear, but you will overcome. You will survive and answer vengeance with blood. You will do as you must. Rule cannot be handed to the faithless. Our legacy cannot be lost to villains. Bury the past to face the future. In enemies, find allies. There is no price we have not paid, no loss we have not felt. Our dead world, our long suffering, these are not ends. We are not ended. For your crew, for your people, for this new home, we must face all doubt. We must break the strong who would destroy us and overcome the impossible. We must fight against any and all. We must, we will, for we are Romulan!
2 weeks before the Borg attack on the Vega colony.
The youngest of our kind rely on stories to know what our people were like before. Strong, secretive, warlike. We were feared. We were powerful. Then, everything changed. 22 years ago, the star of the Hobus system went supernova. The resulting explosion traveled through subspace to hit Romulus and Remus, our homeworlds. No one could have predicted that would happen, and no one could have stopped it. Millions died. Those who survived were scattered across dozens of worlds. One day we were citizens of one of the greatest powers of the galaxy, and the next, we were just trying to survive. Every day was a struggle if you weren't part of the militant and oppressive Tal Shiar, or ruling everything from on high like Empress Sela. For ordinary Romulans, military victories don't mean much when you're hungry. Life goes on. The Klingons and Starfleet are at one another's throats, but battles light years away don't affect us much. The Tal Shiar are the more immediate threat. They're rebuilding the Empire by force, and pressing anyone they think can help into service. But even they don't seem to know we're here. We've put down roots and found friends. Today we'll celebrate what we've created. With hard work and some good fortune, true Romulans will once again rise to be a power in the galaxy. The first step on that path begins here.
So, oh god, it's Lore Ambusher. It's okay, he can't see me yet. You'll notice how already this just has a different tone and vibe to everything else we've shown. Even though this actually predates the TOS intro and the TNG intro that we've already done, the revamps. This was kind of a sea change for STO in general. I should probably also mention, yes, Blade Troll, it's because they named it that in TOS. I should probably also mention one of the reasons... so I've been playing STO since it came out. I've talked about that several times. This is when I got into STO. I sat down, I was like, yeah, okay, sure, let's go ahead and do, the Romulan thing and see how that is. And I was just like, oh, okay. This is completely different from everything else before. Like it or not, the Romulan stuff is more of an RPG. And I think that was actually a good call. There's some bad that comes with it. There's some good that comes with that. But overall, I think it is probably for the best. One moment. Yep, okay, so let's just make that a Q. How did the star go supernova? Ask me again when we do the mission where we explain why the star went supernova. Yeah, even though this is one of the older intros still existing that hasn't had a revamp, it's actually still one of my favorites subjectively. We'll see how it actually reviews.
There you are. The security chief was looking for you earlier. She said there's trouble at the vineyard. Avrak's been filing reports all night about Kellett doing at the vines. He's really worked up.
Yeah, sorry about that, but I can't talk to you right now because I have to pull up my playlist. Give me a minute. No, seriously, I actually have a specific song for this. Here we go. For anybody who recognizes this song, I hope you get the joke. So, Kelled's in the Vines? That doesn't sound right.
Something must have annoyed them. It's not typical Kellett behavior. With the big celebration tonight, I think everyone's a little overexcited. Even the bugs. You should listen to one of Avrak's messages before you head out there.
Okay. Uh-oh. The ambusher's gone! Probably watching me from the shadows. No matter. Let's see here. I have 3 messages. Alright, listen to the message.
Please tell me you'll help me. The Kellets are in the vineyard chewing through the irrigation pipes, and everyone says they're too busy getting ready for the big party to come and do something about it. There won't be any party if everyone's knee-deep in water by nightfall. Get over here and help me fix this. When are you coming over here? This is getting ridiculous. Nobody appreciates me around here. No one. They think these crops just grow without any help from anyone. Tending these vines is a lot of work. No one says thank you. No one pats me in the back. They just keep asking for more. John, look, just get over here and take care of the Kellets, all right? And maybe say thank you for all the work I do to keep these vineyards in shape. It's me again. Ignore the other message I sent. I lost my temper. I'm sorry. Maybe that's why you're not here yet. I really could use your help, though. These Kellets are chewing through everything, and they won't stop. And no one here is even trying to help. They just keep bouncing me to other people. First to Tovan, then to Navala, then to you. What's next? Should I ask one of the kids? Just Please come here soon. Thanks.
I'm coming, I'm coming. So, yeah, one of the things I love about this... Oh god, it's the ambusher! It's okay. Their vision is attracted to movement. You can hide over here and be perfectly safe. So, Space Cadet already mentioned this, but I want to re-emphasize this, because this is great. As the Klingons, we start as a career person. In fact, we start as a second in command. That is to say, second officer, which is third in command. We're already on our way up. As the Federation, we start as an up-and-coming cadet who is on the officer track, who is being put in line for command by our captain as they're setting us up. As TOS, we've been career military for years. As the Romulans, we're some dude who helps out around one of these little... Let's call these an offshoot colony. You may or may not have noticed it as we were coming in, but there's actually a big old Talis warbird somewhere. I can't even see it right now. There it is, there it is. You can kind of see one of its nacelles in the distance there, you see between the buildings. So, we already kind of stripped the warbird and set it down here in order to set up for the colony, because there's not a lot the Romulans could do without the Romulan Star Empire, and the Tal Shiar have not exactly been making things good for everybody. As we've already pointed out, because remember, we've interacted with the Tal Shiar several times already. So they're not helping anything. So, yeah, we're just rando.
If the Kelids are chewing up the vineyard, you should probably grab a pistol, just in case. I'd join you, but the chief has me looking into some odd comm chatter we picked up yesterday. We'll have to catch up later.
Yeah, sure thing, Tavon. See you later. Dum-dum-dum-dum. Grab a pistol. Yeah, by the way, this is going to look familiar if you've seen any of the other intros, which, I mean, you should. We've been doing all of them kind of in order. But part of the reason I bring it up is all the other intros were redone to fit this one. So, this one may look like it's copying all the other ones, but it's actually the reverse of that. Let's see here. Where's the character screen? We're going to be playing this character for a bit, so I'm going to do a little rebinding to make this a little less irritating. Status, maybe? It's status. Okay. That needs to be here. And I guess that's actually it for now. That should be good. Fastest phaser in the West. That's enough of a show for today. I'll be signing autographs over here. Ladies. You can also see the warbird here on the map. Up there. By the way, the map is a very different style of map than what we've been seeing so far. Probably for the worst, if we're being honest with ourselves. So, most of the maps you've seen so far have literally been... so, it's a really typical thing. What they'll do is they'll essentially take a screenshot of the actual terrain and just use that as the map. A lot of video games do that. It kind of sucks, especially if there's stuff in the way or the terrain is all white. So, if you remember, like, that Borg chain mission, which sucked, you know, on the ground... It was hard to tell what was going on that one because of the map. So they started doing this thing where they started doing custom drawn maps. This is still based on a screenshot, but as you can see, there's stylings to it. And there's been effort put into drawing it as an actual map. Like the little symbols and whatnot. There are some catches with that, but we'll talk more about those later. Oh. Oh. He found me. I don't know how, but he found me. Die! Die, aliens! Oh, I couldn't get a shot. Oh well.
Hey there, ready for the big festival? Working hard? Or maybe you have time to listen to a story or two?
Tell me about the origin of the Romulans.
Almost 2,000 years ago, our people were Vulcans. At that time, Vulcan was a world of war, with constant struggles between the tribes. Serac changed that. He taught that peace came through logic. And if you ask me, not all Vulcans get that right. Serac said that people should master their emotions, not eliminate them. But not everyone on Vulcan wanted to give up love, or passion, or even anger. The Vulcan said, these people marched beneath the Raptor's wings. Instead of fighting their own people, these Vulcans decided to leave in an event we call the Sundering. They boarded great colony ships and set out into unexplored space, looking for a home where they could live and feel as they wished. Eventually, those who marched beneath the Raptor's wings found Romulus and Remus. They created an empire. Although we share a genetic bond with the Vulcans, we are our own people. Never forget that. Want to hear another story?
Yeah, tell me about what happened after our planet was frickin' destroyed.
The destruction of Romulus was a terrible thing. When we lost our home and our loved ones, we lost our soul. The people who survived were scattered and leaderless. Survival was a daily struggle. There were some fights for control before Empress Sela took over, but I never paid much attention. That Taurus woman was never going to get far. Now Sela and the Tal Shiar are attempting to rebuild the strength of the Romulan Star Empire, but they do so with fear and oppression. Steer clear of them if you can.
I mean, the Romulan character is more of a typical PC than the Fed or the Klingon space cadet, so I could buy that.
People like us should just try to stay out of the Tal Shiar's way. Life is more important than politics or power. There are a lot of Romulans who just wander from planet to planet because there's no place to call home anymore. We're lucky to have Viranat. This is a good place. A place to put down roots. Without that, we're just dust, scattered by the winds of fate. Do you want to hear another story?
Yeah, tell me about the Viranat colony.
Viranat was a colony world. It used to be a big agricultural planet, growing food for the Empire. After Romulus was destroyed, thousands upon thousands of people flooded the planet. The old cities couldn't hold them all, and they were scared. They started fighting amongst themselves. One night, the cities burned. Most of the survivors left. A few hung on, scrapping old ships and using them as building materials. That's how the Maori found them, about 10 years ago. The Maori was the commander of an old warbird. Navala was his first officer, and Devex the chief engineer. They were wandering the sector, trying to find a new home. When they found Viranat, they decided to stay. Devex kept the old warbird functional, and he used it to make supply runs and bring back other Romulans who needed a home. Navala put herself in charge of security, and the Maori. He runs the whole colony now. Devex met Tovan Kev in a mining colony a few years back. I think it was 4 years ago. But then again, I didn't come here until 2 years ago, so this is not just information I've heard about secondhand. I actually have a question for you, if you don't want to hear another story first.
Sure, what is it?
When did you arrive here? I know we only have a few hundred people living here, but so many come and go that it's hard to keep track. I'm recording the stories of all the people that live here, you see. And I would love to start yours off with your arrival. Who knows? It could be something that becomes historical in a few years.
So we get to decide where our character came from. Our options are, we were living here before the ship arrived, so we were part of the original settlers. Or we were part of the ship, or we were picked up by the ship a few years ago, or we just got here. Now, keeping with that civilian kind of approach, I kind of like the idea that we were picked up by the ship a few years ago and just kind of carried here.
A Devex recruit. Fascinating. We've had some interesting characters come here thanks to him. We should definitely talk more about this over drinks tonight. I would love to know where DeVex found you.
Well, I don't want to hear more about how your grandfather nearly killed Kirk. Let's just move on. Let's get stuck on the terrain, because it's STO. There we go. Nice place, though.
Finally? I mean, which message do you... never mind that either. It's chaos here. I need some help. Normally, we collect nectar from the local kelid insects. But something has driven them into a frenzy. They're chewing on our irrigation system and flooding the vineyard.
I'll go fix the pipes.
Excellent, excellent. The broken pipes are obvious. They're the ones spraying water everywhere. Kelid shouldn't give you too much trouble. A few bursts from your pistol will take care of them.
Thanks. Hey, Crazy Norse, I hope your dentist did better than my frickin' one hasn't yet. You know what irritates me the most about the fact that I have to go back to another dentist in order to get my tooth fixed? Other than the fact that it might be another multi-visit trip. The fact that it's not done yet. Like, I already had to lose productive time for effectively 2 separate shifts. It's 10 hours of work time nuked. In order to get nothing done. You know? Not super happy about that. Okay. Yeah, these are really large insects. But whatever. Also, FF14 Grapes meme insert here.
The flooding has stopped, but if those Kelids come back, they'll just break the pipes again. Something's making the insects go crazy. With bugs this size, that's a real problem. And Avala might be able to help if she's not goofing off again. She knows all about Kelids. She's normally down by the greenhouse this time of day. Tell her to stop being lazy and keep these critters contained.
I'll find out what she knows.
Good idea. Talk to Navala.
I bet she's just lounging around right now, not even thinking about all the damage being done to my vineyard. No one around here wants to put in a good day's work. Well, except for you.
Right. I'll get going. Nice, isolation suit there that you're partially sticking out of.
Just in time. Did you talk with Avarak? He said that I'm what? Lazy? That I've been... Ugh! He's just trying to make me look bad so he can get a promotion. Oh, that's so old-fashioned. Let me tell you what's actually happening. The Kelids are going crazy. I've been working all day to keep them out of the residential areas. This aggressive behavior is new, and we need to figure out what's causing it. That means gathering samples from some of these creatures.
Alright. I'll see what I can figure out. No promises, but, you know. I suppose it depends on the dentist, Crazy Norse. So, I actually once had a really, really good dentist. Over here, on the upper left. And that was a really good, clean, in and out, fix it, done, pay for it, we're good kind of a deal, right? The reason I bring that up is that's several states away, but one of my friends was like, so how long of a trip is that? Because that might be worth doing just to get a good dentist and deal with this crap. I considered it. Because, you know, good dentists are hard to come by. Or maybe they aren't, who knows? Yes, Crazy Norse. Although I wouldn't say tons, but that is something that happens. Also Canada. Something's been killing the Kellids, other than me, obviously. The hell are these things? They're what's killing the Kellids. Look at those. Ugh. Spider things. What the hell is that? Jesus. Like a squid tentacle thing. Unfortunately, I think the problem here is I needed to go and loot something. So I think I just skipped ahead in the quest accidentally. Because the game wanted me to loot and I sort of refused to. There we go. There. Okay. No, I couldn't miss a lockbox. Those actually have a different icon. Just to make sure I know that's a lockbox.
This metal has some kind of fungus growing on it that's similar to the spores we found on some of the Kellid carapaces. It might explain their behavior, but how are they getting infected in the first place? Also, the flying Kellids have never come out of the cavern before. This is so strange.
Maybe I should go into the cavern to check it out.
You're right. The source of the infection could be somewhere inside the cavern. Head over there and see if you can find out what's aggravating the nest. And be careful.
Sure thing. Let me go right back into the cave. Oh yeah, one of the people who worked over here almost died, but he happened to be in a hazard suit, and that saved his life. Little bits of flavor. Oh my god, what's wrong with these Kellids? They've been killed by whatever that thing is, which we literally just killed like 20 of. Sorry, dun dun dun. Getting the weirdest feeling of deja vu here. Oh my god, there's a weird floating thing. Again. Well, that's dealt with, and will never trouble us again.
A strange machine and some weird drone things? That is troubling. Someone's been in there. We'll have to let the Maori know about this. It's good you disabled the device, though. Maybe now the Kellids will calm down.
I sure hope so.
I took a look at those biological samples while you were gone, but I can't do much more than a basic tricorder scan. It's just not my area. Devex might be able to help. He was an engineer in the Romulan military before the homeworld was destroyed. Now he's helping us with our water supply and anything else that takes more specialized knowledge. You should talk to him.
Okay. I mean, Defects and me, we're tight, so I got this. It'll be a minute, Trax, yeah. It'll be a minute.
What do you need with an old spacehound like me?
Oh, I found this strange sample.
I have an idea of what this might be. Maybe. I saw something like this once before, when I was out beyond the Eridon belt. We responded to a distress call from a mining outpost. When we got there, all the people were just gone, vanished without a trace. The only things we found were a strange beacon and some odd spore samples. These look very similar.
Could I use your equipment to analyze the metal?
Of course. Go forth and analyze. My equipment is all yours to use.
Thanks. Now, Mr. Red, I'd like to sell you a couple of ideas I have. It's for a Dragon Age game. It's a pure hentai sex simulator, okay? But the thing is, you actually have to roll every time you do anything. Like, it's like, all right, so I need to do an agility roll. No, screwed that up. All right, Constitution to keep going after a few minutes. It's a whole thing. Congrats, Mr. Red. Let's see here.
I've only seen fungal biotech like this once before. Remember that mining station that I mentioned?
Uh-huh.
Before we arrived, they reported several disappearances. Some thought it was paranoia, but we had reports that said intruders would beam in right through the colony's magnetic shield, right into someone's quarters, sedate them, and then vanish without a trace. We didn't know what to believe, but I don't think those miners were paranoid. Something did happen to them, and it could happen again.
So you thought this was related to this beacon?
That's what my commander believed. We found a beacon with almost the same configuration as the one you found. We weren't able to get before we shut it down. But the one thing we learned is that the beacon was made by a race that called themselves the Elachi.
That doesn't sound familiar. I don't think I've heard of it before.
We stayed in orbit for a few days, but the Elachi never came back. That's good news for us, seeing that you disabled the beacon you found in the caverns.
What do we do now? Should we tell the Maori?
That's right. He's the man in charge, so he needs to know. I'd be surprised if he doesn't want to send someone down there to analyze that beacon. Could be these Elachi were interested in our colony for some reason. Lucky for us, you were there to put a stop to whatever they were trying to do.
Well, let's go talk to the Maori. Oh, I should probably go up.
Jolan True. I heard Avrak yelling all the way over here. I'm sorry you had to deal with his problems on our day of celebration.
I mean, that's not a big issue. We do have a bigger problem, though.
That does sound very mysterious. However, you seem to have taken care of the immediate problem, disabling this beacon and dispatching the drones. You have my thanks.
Sure, no problem.
I'll assign some engineers to examine the device and set up surveillance on the cave as soon as possible. If what Devek says is true, we don't want that beacon turned on again. Now that's settled, why don't you try to relax for a while? Enjoy the festival. We'll talk again tomorrow after the engineers have finished their analysis of the device.
I'll do that. Thank you, Maori. Let's go find Torin again.
Hey there. Long day?
Oh my god.
I can't believe how far this colony has come. Just look at how much we can accomplish without being ruled by the Tal Shiar. Word is, someone named Datan is trying to fight them, but me, I'm content with what we have here. Let's go enjoy the festival.
I don't know who this Datan is, but he sounds like a loser.
Friends and neighbors, welcome to the tapping. The Kelid nectar has been harvested, the ale is brewed, and we can finally taste the fruits of our labors.
Literally, I suppose.
And like this fine vintage, our colony has taken time and effort to develop. Since the loss of the homeworld 22 years ago, we have known fear, hunger, and pain. We have struggled, and we have overcome every difficulty. We mourn those who are no longer with us, and we have welcomed new friends into our home. And now we celebrate.
Oops.
Virinat is prosperous and growing. We will face new challenges in the future, but we will face them together.
Oh, yeah. Fireworks. Yay. That's a big firework.
Hey, are you hurt?
I'm a little hurt, yeah.
We're under attack. I don't know who or why, but people are being rounded up and we have to do something. I'll help Devex get the shuttles ready. You should find Navala and Vorian to help organize the militia. Get as many civilians to safety as you can. After that, we stop whoever or whatever is attacking our home.
Although, actually, that's the wrong song. God damn it, where's the song? Yeah, by the way, as much as this is extremely cliched, like we all saw this coming a mile away, I still think this is reasonably well done. It's like, yeah, everything's fine, and we're dead.
Come in! Are you alright? What's happening over there? Did you find Vorian?
It's too late. He's dead. Where are you?
I'm at the shipyard with Devex, and we're prepping the shuttles for evacuation. I don't know what's going on here, but we need to get people out while we can. If you can get a rifle, you can fight your way out. Can you make it?
I'll make it. Just get the shuttles ready. Also, I don't really need a rifle, but sure, I'll take one right now. Hey, buddy, maybe... Whoa, okay. That's a thing that happened.
We need to call for help. I don't know who'll answer, but we have to do something. I tried to send a distress signal, but they damaged our transceiver array. We still have a chance, though. You need to deal with some of the Tal Shiar, and then get a replacement battery.
Yeah, by the way, we will eventually find out the fate of these Romulans. That's all I'm going to say about that for right now. The ones that are kidnapping. Die, Romulan scum. For Romulus!
They just keep coming. Get a battery from the marketplace. We need to send out a distress signal.
Ah, it's not a bad point, Flag End. Yeah, Kiwi's not a bad thing to mention right here. Well, I don't want to go too overboard with it, Flag End, but if you feel like remembering it, remember the word Kiwi for this moment in time.
Be careful in the market. It's completely overrun.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make notes. I'll write notes here. Let's be organized about this, shall we? Murder a bunch of Romulans while we're here. There's also the wrong music. Why is this the... Oh, that's why. Well, no, we need, we'll go with this.
This is Kev. Do you have the batteries?
Working on it.
You just need to repair the device and send the signal.
But which interpretation of the Force are you using, Cashel? That kind of matters for that. Get away from that console or I'll kill you! Oh. They're dead.
The signal is strong. Get to the shipyard. We're getting out of here.
Hang on, I gotta murder some Romulans on the way there. Very important. Well, there's the shuttle.
The shuttle is ready, and I got as many people aboard as will fit. We have to go.
A couple hundred people, and all we manage is probably maybe a dozen.
Congratulations, citizen.
Oh, in that case, probably full light side casual.
This is Shuttle 5. We're taking heavy... Shuttle 10 coming in. We're jamming their sensors. When they get us, they'll think you were caught in the explosion.
They're not attacking. Devex showed me how to fly his warbird. We're almost there.
So did you catch that? Awfully selfless, actually. Fortunately for them, Devex's warbird is actually still here and functional. It's not in great shape, but at least it still flies.
Navigation is online, but we need some components to get our weapons and warp drive operational. We'll need both if we want to have any hope of fighting the Tal Shiar.
I'll scan what we got around here. And yeah, this is an old school warbird. So, we fly a Miranda for the Federation because, you know, it's a training cruise. We fly a bird for the Klingons because we're stupid. But we fly a Tallis here. I think it's a Tallis. Hang on. Yep, I'm right. Because, it's all we had. It's one of the junk ships that was left over, and as people were coming to this colony and just kind of left in orbit.
This'll do nicely. We just need a little more salvage.
We do have a cloak, although it's not a battle cloak. We talked about those differences earlier.
Weapons are online. Let's test them out on some of these derelict ships nearby. They're not shielded, so we can just use our torpedoes to finish them off.
God.
Scrap neutronium. We could use that to reinforce the hull of this old warbird.
Let's do it. I should probably talk about the Singularity Core at some point, but I think they'll bring it up at some point. I don't know what you're talking about, CyberX, though. This is definitely not Mass Effect music, which you can see right here.
3 more of these should get this hull good to go. Good shot. Devex would be happy to see this old warbird get some use. I think it's safe to say weapons are fully online. Time to take out the Tal Shiar satellites dead ahead.
But yes, CyberXL, this is obviously Mass Effect music. I wonder, do I have any Romulan ships? I don't think I do. Oh, definitely Babylon 5, Castle. They even admitted it. Which ones, Mike Romano? Oh yeah, plus the story before I move any further. I have 0 Romulan ships because screw singularity
All
cores.
systems are go and full impulse is back online. I'm picking up a distress signal nearby. There must be people from the colony. More colonists managed to escape the surface.
I mean, let's go save the friggin' colonists.
The distress signal is close. Searching. There! We have to help them!
And we don't have to, but we're going to.
Turn off full impulse. There's a Tal Shiar drone dead ahead.
There's one other thing that they do better with the Romulan intro than the others we've seen so far. In the Klingon intro, we're fighting the Federation and ourselves, because we're stupid. The Federation intro, we're fighting the Borg, because the writers are stupid. But in the Romulans, we're fighting ourselves, or more accurately, the Tal Shiar. Again, it's a little bit more RPG than it is most of the other intros, because we're actually fighting against our own oppressors. So instead of fighting some rival house or some idiots, it's the bad guys who are trying to reassert and usurp control over our people. And it makes it a little bit more personal. Never mind the fact that they obviously wiped out our colony.
I'm back on the bridge, and I figured out how I can improve our torpedoes. Just give me the order, and I'll get started. Scanners are picking up more colonists and Tal Shiar nearby. We have to rescue our friends.
Let's friggin' go. I mean, you saw that intro, right? There was a bit where we were in 3 dinky little shuttles, and the Tal Shiar were blowing them up. One of them blows up, and then the second one, realizing what's going on, is going to mask signals so that they don't realize that they didn't kill all of us. Like, there's just something about that that says everything it needs to about where they're going with this. Also, a really minor touch.
Take the elements. We thought we were done for.
Let's talk about it in a second. So, back in the day, there was a status effect called Crew. Or not a status effect. A stat called Crew. And it had effect on several things, and they got rid of it because it was kind of redundant. But anyways, the point being, they used to have crew. You can tell how old this intro is because as we're gathering these things, what's supposed to be happening is, as we beam up colonists, our crew is supposed to be increasing. We start off with very little, and then we get more, and blah, 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 blah. I also have to admit, from the political spectrum, I find the Romulan story arc a little bit more interesting. The Federation doesn't have a lot of politics going on. Not really. And the Klingons are mostly the internecine fighting thing, which is interesting. But the Romulans is literally about founding, well, helping to found a new state when the previous state is trying to use, again, assert its control. I don't know, maybe it's just the American in me there. But I do like that kind of tint to things. Also, so this is the Singularity Core option. It does that. Otkeg is an idiot, but let's not get into that.
I think it's safe to say we're a fully operational ship. I'm getting an alert. There's another distress signal coming in from one of the colony's shuttles. We can do a short-range warp jump to get to them. Do you want to go now, or stay here to wipe out any other incoming drones? They look like they'll be coming in to do sweeps in the area.
Obviously, we need to go wipe them out, so let's go. We need to save our peoples.
There aren't any colonists here. Just this strange ship. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's gigantic. Engineering reports that the ship has scanned us, but they're not responding to my hails. What should we do?
We'll scan them. This isn't really a civil war. Not in any sense of the word. The Empire fell. The Star Empire is gone. So, the Tal Shiar, which have a claim to being the Star Empire, and the Republic, which are trying to branch off, it's its whole thing. Oh no, that's the size of one of the wings on my Juggernaut, my Kamano. Alachi ships aren't that big. Despite what he just said.
They've done something to the ship. Nothing is responding. I can't even warp us out of here. I think I might be able to get a comm channel up to hail them.
Oh, hang on. Actually, yeah, let's switch playlists while we're dealing with these assholes. Open a channel, see what they want with our ship.
We're getting a reply. What the... They seem to be rearranging our words and sending them back. Listen. I'm picking up another ship. This one is Tal Shiar. It's decloaking.
Get ready for a fight. What?
So the Alachi were right. A handful of pitiful Romulan refugees managed to escape. When will you colonists learn that no matter how far you run, you cannot escape your obligations?
So this is Hakiv. Get used to him.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Colonel Hakiv of the Tal Shiar. On behalf of the Romulan Star Empire, I hereby lay claim to this colony and all of its inhabitants. Surrender now, and I will ensure that you serve us in the way you are most suited.
I will kill you so hard.
Fire weapons at will.
Alright, it's okay. I just have to fight a Dederadex Warbird in my Talis.
This is Tamara of the Romulan Republic. Tal Shiar vessel. Stand down immediately.
We got this.
How fortunate. I can destroy both of you.
Yeah, thankfully, if we just beat a Dederadex in a centuries-old Talis, that would be ridiculous. Picard, Mr. Red, in TNG. You know that, but, you know. It's okay. I'm just horribly disappointed in you.
My eye! So the insect has managed to sting me. You think you won? This is not the end. Even now, more of my ships are on their way. And the next time, you won't have anyone to protect you.
I'm not even going to bother responding to him. Not even worth my time.
I am Tamer, Commander of the Republic. We picked up your distress signal while on a mission in a nearby system. I would say we arrived just in time given your ship's condition. Who are you? And what happened here?
So let me explain what happened. Explain.
I am truly sorry. This is not the first time I've heard a story like this, and I fear it will not be the last. And these Ilachi creatures, they are troubling. We need to know more about them and why they're working with a snake like Hakiv.
That is actually a good question. To answer that, we need to talk about parallel realities. Hey, Tazara. Thank you for being a part of my show. I'll put that towards Empire of Sin. Exactly, Kay. I'm glad you understand.
As I said, I'm with the Romulan Republic. You may have heard of us.
Barely.
We are not the terrorists the Tal Shiar make us out to be. With our leader, Datan, we are working to gather survivors of the destruction and fight the tyranny of the Tal Shiar. We have a flotilla nearby. If you're interested, we would welcome you and your friends to join us there.
See, normally I'd say I don't want to be a part of this war, but the Tal Shiar kind of made it personal, so you got it.
I appreciate your willingness to do what's right. I'm transmitting the coordinates of our flotilla to your ship now. When you arrive, we can repair your vessel and work out our next move. Thank you again. I'll make sure you won't regret your decision.
If the name Datan sounds familiar, he was actually in the episode Unification, Part 2 specifically. He was a dinky little kid, and he was just part of the movement Spock was starting. Obviously, it's been 30 years, so, you know. I hope this works out, Tamer, for all our sakes.
I don't know how I feel about this, but I guess siding with Tamer is better than risking death on our own. And he did help us out with the Tal Shiar. The coordinates are loaded up whenever you're ready to go. I think the colonists we rescued are eager to get someplace safe.
Greetings. I am Sub-Commander Nadell, assistant to Commander Tamer. Please follow me to the Commander's quarters. There is much to discuss. Commander, our guests have arrived.
Excellent. I'll get them up to speed. There is much to do.
I'll be glad to show one of you around while the other stays and talks with Tamer.
I'll take the tour, and then meet you back on the ship when you're ready.
Greetings. I hope all is going well with you.
Yeah, I'm here to join your fleet.
Good to see you and Tovankev made it to the flotilla of the new Romulan Republic. To be brief, we are a group that was founded by Datan to combat the tyranny of Empress Sela and her Tal Shiar. Our goal is to unify the shattered Romulan people under a new democracy instead of Sela's tyrannical rule. There is much to do, however. I can answer any questions you may have.
What did Datan do to form the Republic?
Ha! What hasn't Datan done? He has quite the long history. The short version is that he desires to see the reunification of the Vulcans and the Romulans. Before that can happen, though, Datan wants us to find a new homeworld, reconcile with the Remans, and end the centuries of oppression beneath the Tal Shiar. We're Romulan, and after all that's happened, we still have our pride and our cultural heritage. We need to be able to approach the Vulcans as equals, not as refugees looking for charity. Did you want to know anything else?
Yeah, why are we being stupid and not asking the Vulcans for help in finding a new home before we do that? Or is it because you're a moron?
That's right. He dreams of a day when our two people are united. Well, three, counting the Remans. Detan was inspired by Ambassador Spock, who first began the movement. When he was a child, Spock was working on Romulus with the reunificationists, and he was Detan's teacher. The Tal Shiar actively opposed reunification, and Spock and his people had to keep their movement hidden, working with allies and meeting in secret. It's been an uphill battle for Detan, but he won't stop until he sees the Vulcans, the Romulans, and the Remans reunited and at peace. Is there anything else?
Yeah, what's your role here?
I am the commander of this fleet. No actions happen without my approval. Before this, I worked in intelligence for the Romulan military, which allowed me to learn more about the Tal Shiar. I couldn't stomach the thought of working alongside of them. Detan approached me one day and said he needed someone to organize a defense against the Tal Shiar. I accepted before he could finish his sentence. Is there anything else?
No, I'm good.
What's next is that you receive our uniform and get a tour of the flotilla. After that, you'll receive your first assignment. However, you must understand that by joining us, you mark yourself as an enemy to the Tal Shiar. Hakiv and his people will see you as a threat, and there isn't anything they won't do to stop you. Are you ready to accept that?
They literally just showed up and attacked my colony when I did nothing to provoke them. I'm not worried about provoking them at this point. This is historically a mistake a lot of tyrants make, by the way. They give you the option of serving and suffering, or resisting and suffering. So at that point, there's no real detriment to, fighting back. It's like, well, alright, cool.
Good. You should get yourself down to Lieutenant Delatham. You can get a uniform from him if you want to change out of those civilian clothes.
Nope.
You can also have your ship modified. We can't get you into a more powerful vessel yet, but we can change the appearance of your ship if you want. When you're done, return to your ship.
Congratulations.
I should have your first assignment ready and sent to your ship by then.
Oh, Jesus, there we go. Okay. Okay, so. I'm good, let's go.
Greetings. I hope all is going well with you.
Step into the hall.
Greetings.
I have to do the town tutorial. Alright, fine. Let's do the town tutorial. Welcome to Shatrath. Please follow this elemental around. It'll give you a tour. Listen, new paint jobs are legit. We know how important cosmetics are. So they need to look like this. Alright, what do we got here? What do we got? Perfect. Will look like a Jem'Hadar. There we go. Yeah, that's where it's at. Thank you, Tazara. Oh no, I agree completely, Space Cadet. Let's be honest with ourselves for a second. As much as it is unpleasant to admit it, the Romulan Republic would not have managed to stand against the Tal Shiar, especially given who the Tal Shiar's backers are, if not for the support of the Federation. And their eventual joining of the Alliance. That's a big sub. Kay, where would you like that to go? The Last Guardian. Alright, do you want to pick a good game instead? I'm sorry. I'm in a snarky mood today. No, actually it does the exact opposite of that, Vigilant. The fact that there are other interstellar powers that are willing to treat with them as if they are as if they are a state actually legitimizes their government. Hang on. Do I not have... Looks like I don't, actually. Perfect. Should I have the hat, too? Should I do the hat? Hat's not even here. Possible, Vigilant, but I actually still disagree with you on that. So, I guess I'll just shut up at that point. There we go. Now we're doing it. Oh yeah, hang on. Actually do the reverse of that. I'm spending too much time on this. I shouldn't do this, but whatever. Cosmetic Souls is where it's at. I think we'll do full white for the pants. Oh yeah, something I haven't actually showed off right now. You probably can't even see it. But let's say I pick a color. We'll pick yellow, okay? Let's say I go over here and pick a color. But I'm like, I want the exact same shade of yellow I just had. Well, there's actually a most recent color tab. It's this one right here. You probably can barely see that. So I can see the exact yellow and gray and red and all that fun stuff that I just used. I don't know. I think it's a cool feature. It's a minor feature, but it's a cool one. We're engineering, so we'll do that. Oh, that's a good point. We're engineering, aren't we? Is there like a darker yellow? We're probably not going to get it. That's okay. I think we're good. Let's do it. We're ready to go. Actually, hang on. We need to customize our... Hang on. I forgot something. Just I think I do it here. Yep, there it is. I want to be thoughtful, I believe. Yep, thoughtful. There we go. Perfect. I also want to be taller. There we go. I have purchased height. Oh, God. Oh, if only it was like that in real life. Just... And now I'm 5 inches taller. I'm ready to fight for the Republic. Okay, and then we customized our ship. Wink. I'm glad you liked it, by the way, Savik. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. Wait a minute. The Reman has followed me. Oh, God. I'm just pretend I don't see him. Pretend I don't see him. It's cool. It's cool. Everything's cool. So a minor touch that they don't do on basically anything else here. This is the ship we're on. We can see the wing of the ship we're on. So rather than just seeing other ships out in space, we actually see part of the ship that we're currently on.
Hello again. Now that you're settling in, I wanted to speak with you about what our overall goals will be. First and foremost, we are looking for a new planet to call home. Tamer and his crew are handling that search. While the search continues, I am working on any possible alliances that we can make with the Federation and the Klingon Empire. We will need allies if we are to proceed. Your task will be the protection and recovery of other Romulans spread throughout this sector.
Are there many other colonies?
We're finding more by the day. Some have already joined us, but others do not believe in our cause. It will be up to you and your crew to protect these colonies from the Tal Shiar and to recruit anyone willing to assist us. Do you have any questions? If not, I would suggest you return to your ship. Tamer will have his orders ready for you.
I don't know, an alliance with the Klingons?
I do not know. Our history of deception with both groups definitely does not help. The Tal Shiar, however, will not attack the fleet for now. Sela would see such a direct action as too great a risk. She much prefers to work in the shadows. Let me worry about our potential allies. While you're away, I will be working with diplomats from both sides to come to an agreement we can all live with.
I don't suppose Tamer's found a suitable colony for us to colonize?
Not yet. He and his crew have been assisting Romulan colonies throughout the region, and he has not been able to focus his efforts on the search. With you here, however, Tamer's mission to find a new homeworld can begin. He will be sending scout ships to analyze nearby planets. We'd prefer to find a suitable world in this sector, but we'll expand our search if we need to do so.
Very well. I'll head back to my ship.
Sounds like we've got our orders. If you're ready, I can beam you back to the ship. However, before that, I need to ask a favor. I have a sister. Her name is Rena Kev. She and I were separated a long time ago. I want to try to find her. As we're doing our missions, could you try to ask about Rena? Thanks.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Hit me up. We use the Klingon animation because we don't have the badges. Oh yeah, look at that extremely disgusting, awful. I mean, beautiful ship. Can I get my other ship yet, speaking of which? Yeah, I actually kind of like the modern Talis, which I forget the class is. The modern Romulan bird. Why can't I get my Dreadnought of Death? It just says I don't meet the requirements, but it doesn't say why. Whatever.
All set to go, I trust? Good. There is a lot to do. Your first target is already under attack by the Tal Shiar. There's no time to lose.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thanks, Empress Sela. Yep, that's great.
If we're going to have a chance at breaking away from Sela and the Tal Shiar, we need allies. There are a lot of little settlements like yours out there. We're in contact with some of them, but we're always reaching out to try to make new alliances. I've heard that a group of Romulans has taken up residence in a Suliban helix in the Beta Quadrant. I'd like you to visit them. Feel them out, help them if you can. But most of all, find out if they would be willing to join Detan in his search for a new homeworld.
I don't know, Suliban?
Greetings. I have new orders for you.
Yes. Now, I'm just going to show this off briefly, because just like the bird, this sucks. And once again, this would be more than a negative. If not for the fact that this button exists. Which isn't working. Oh god. Oh god. Can I not warp there? Oh Jesus Christ. Can I actually not warp there? I can't transwarp there. Uh-oh. we might be in trouble here. Alright, let's just do this. Yep, we're still in tutorial land. Whoosh. Yeah, get out the magazines. Hang on. Oh. What we got here? Let's see. I'd like to learn about Imperial intelligence. What do we got here? The Analysis Bureau, I can tell you about them. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank goodness, Flygan. He was terrifying. I could barely withstand him. Does not have... Oh, you can't see it, that's why. Yeah, let's play some Monopoly. Real talk. Okay, so Lord Reloaded hates this idea. I think he's insane for it. I've been arguing very strongly that we need to have at least a background element of like video games and board games and P&P games in the Star Trek rewrite. And he thinks that would be like too meta or something. I forget what his argument was, but he thinks that would be bad. And I'm like, why? Like, I can't even begin to understand why he thinks that way. I was curious of your guys' thoughts. Like, first of all, obviously I'm a little bit in favor of video games. But second of all, you can't tell me that there wouldn't be, like, a D&D equivalent group that plays during the hours and days and weeks in between stuff happening when you're either off shift or waiting for something to happen, right? And that's the other thing. They show so little forms of entertainment on the show. Savacom mentions there's chess and there's poker. And that's it! Unless you get into the holodeck. Like, they don't do anything to entertain themselves. Now, it's not like I want to watch another character play a video game, but my point is that should be at least, like, in the background. It's setting, right? It's fluff. It should just be there. Instead of, you know, Riker sitting there watching a woman play a xylophone on a hologram.
But we're not the only ship here. A Tal Shiar warbird is approaching from the direction of the primary structure. They haven't raised shields yet, but their weapons are online. Wait, they're hailing us. Your orders?
Answer the hail.
To the person in command, be advised, you are in violation of Tal Shiar Security Order 63-R. Your vessel is operating in this area without authorization. Identify yourself immediately, or your actions will be considered hostile. You don't want that kind of trouble.
Are you stupid or high?
The Tal Shiar has the authority to track down terrorists that threaten the Romulan Star Empire, no matter where they try to hide. And don't bother with deception. Our records indicate a warbird with your ship's designation was decommissioned years ago. We've already identified you. Stealing military property is a serious crime. Care to explain, Commander?
Yeah, sure. Let me switch to my combat music really quick here. Don't mind me. Let's explain to you the problem here. That's a good question, Savacom. Hang on. Got a second to pop on stream? Question mark. I mean, that could be that high culture thing that Savacom was talking about, which I still extremely disagree with, because that, ignoring the fact that that's a very elitist statement by its very basis, there's also the fact that that's extremely stupid. Oh, we already killed him. God, that was quick.
We plead for mercy. There are only civilians on the Helix. We don't have much more than we can scavenge from the cell ships. As we told the other Tal Shiar, there are no terrorists here. The Cabal are long gone. Take whatever scrap you need, but please stop taking our people.
I'm sorry. Hold up. Their excuse, their casus belli for coming after you, was that you were holding Suliban Cartel, something that, it, by the way, canonically hasn't been around for about 2 centuries. That fell apart before TOS's era, to give you a bit of perspective on that. Jesus Christ, Tal Shiar, at least make up something reasonable. Yeah, here, I'm gonna beat you up because, your face. You know, it's at least, God, it's something. Tell me more about your helix up there.
The Helix originally had hundreds of connected cell ships that could support up to 3,000 people. It and other similar stations were constructed after the destruction of our homeworld. This Helix was abandoned decades ago for unknown reasons. My people are nomadic, and so we've returned to salvage what we can. So far, we've survived by trading scrap from the station for supplies.
Wow, that's actually horrible.
We plead for mercy. Then why are you here? We don't have much to trade, and we don't want any trouble.
Well, we're looking for some Romulan refugees.
There are a few Romulan refugees hiding within the Helix. They said they needed temporary shelter and would be leaving soon. We meant no harm. How are we to know they are wanted terrorists?
They're not.
Please just take them with you and go.
They're not. We're the Romulans that have a brain, okay?
Your actions speak for your true goals. If you help us by repairing the Helix arm structures, then we'll help you get the refugees to your ship. But hurry. We're in jeopardy every moment you remain here.
No, you're in jeopardy in general, because the Tal Shiar already know about you. So they'll probably send a ship after the ship I just blew up. So maybe think about something more formal and official with either the Romulans or the Klingons or the Federation, because the Tal Shiar ain't going to deal with this nonsense. Pro tip for national politics. There's no shame in hiding under someone else's wing if you have to. Emphasis on that word. There are literally hundreds of nations and countries and everything. I know, right, Kay? That have survived
have entered the system
by virtue of saying, well, if you come after us, you're going to have to deal with these other people. Where'd they go? Oh, there they are. Let's see here. Did they close? I'm going to be really sad if they closed. Am I still on range? Oh my god. Alright, hold up. Let's rebind this, because this is already driving me bonkers. Full throttle, full throttle, full throttle. Where is full throttle? There it is. R, please. There we go. That's better. So let's talk about that Singularity Core. Singularity Cores are the unique... so I talked about specializations, aka jobs, earlier, right? We've got the command, we've got the miracle worker, intelligence, all that stuff, right? Well, the very, very first prototype of all of that was the Romulan ships. Because all Romulan ships are...
for the Empire!
Romulan ships. Forgive me, I'm not trying to be repetitive. The point is they all have the Singularity Core aspect. Now, that's this little thing right down here. So, the Singularity Core builds up over time and over action. As it does, you can use it to do different abilities. In this case, I only have one ability, that would be the Plasma Shockwave. Now, I've got 5 charges, and if I build it all the way up to charge 5, it's the strongest. Same with 4, and it goes weak to strong, 1 to 5, right? Pretty simple. And then it flashes when it's ready to go, and it does big ol' nuke. And then there's some other abilities for Singularity Core, which are more debatably useful. I've heard a lot of arguments in all directions about the value of Singularity Core warp cores versus regular warp cores, and the bottom line is always that it kind of depends on specifically what you want. Like what you're after and what kind of build you're going for. That being said, personally, I actually much prefer the Federation warp cores over the Romulan ones, the standard ones. But I like the idea of the Singularity Cores. Frankly, I think if they got an overhaul and it was turned into a proper specialization like the other ones, it would work a lot better. As is...
One more to go.
Shrug.
As soon as Delta is connected, we can negotiate a transfer.
Cool. Let's do it. Why did that close?
More Tal Shiar ships are entering the area.
No, that sucks.
You'll die for your crimes, rebel.
But yeah, to be very clear, Justin touched on this briefly earlier. The Romulan Republic are not rebels. The people who do not wish to serve under the Tal Shiar are not rebels. The Empire fell. They're using that term in order to try and legally justify their actions. Remember, the Romulans, through most of their history, even all the way back to TOS, were pretty big on having legal justification for their actions. Even if they wanted to do something, they generally wouldn't do so unless they could, put up that kind of excuse, like, So that's how they excuse going after us and doing all that they do. We're rebels and terrorists, so it's okay to come after us and do whatever they're going to do to us.
Now that the arms are restored, we've located the refugees. They are being moved to a centralized location so you can get a transporter lock. We've explained the situation to them, but a representative for the group is asking to speak with you.
Okay, put it on screen.
Kayan informs me that we're being transported to your vessel.
Right.
We realize that we can't stay on the Helix, but we have no intention of being forced into servitude. The Tal Shiar already destroyed our home. All we want is for you to leave us on an uninhabited world, or someplace we can hide and try to rebuild our lives.
Or, hear me out. Join me.
We've heard of Detan. We've also heard rumors that he's plotting a revolt against the Tal Shiar. Going to him
Revolt.
sounds more dangerous than staying here.
A revolt against the Tal Shiar. You can stay here and be captured if you want.
I know I'm out of options. That doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't know why the Tal Shiar are abducting our families, but we can't afford to lose anyone else. How about I make you a deal? You personally guarantee that my friends will be safe at Detan's fleet, and I'll work for you.
Well, I do need a science officer.
I've served as a science officer on multiple civilian vessels. I can help you. I can't run anymore. If I need to fight the Tal Shiar to keep my friends safe, that's what I'll do.
I understand. I really, I do. Real quick, is there a woman named Rina Kev in your group?
Rina Kev? No, I don't know anyone by that name.
Damn. Alright, thank you. Prepare to beam aboard. I mean, Hakeev needed to lose that eye.
All the refugees are aboard, but there's more trouble. A Tal Shiar battleship, the IRW Koval, has entered the system. They're hailing us, and they're asking for you by name. Remember, they're not here to be friends.
Alright, hold on. Let's get the Tal Shiar music going. Now, I have a lot of villain playlists and a lot of villain songs I like to use for these kind of things. But I think that this song best encapsulates what the Tal Shiar really are, so.
You are ordered to stand down. You are wanted for questioning by the Tal Shiar. Lower your shields and surrender your vessel and crew, or prepare to face the consequences.
You're dumb.
Your actions speak for themselves. You'll answer for the destruction you've caused today. Remember, you were given a chance to surrender.
Uh-huh.
I recommend using our cloaking device to get close enough for a sneak attack.
I mean, her face is fine, really. It's not going to be fine in a few minutes here, but, you know. You know how it is. You didn't need those shields anyways. I guess I should get some battle music going. There. That's true, Mike Kamano. I do a lot of face rearranging. I should open up a practice. The most damage she did to me was when she exploded. Yep, that tracks. And we're done.
Thank you for taking the refugees. Tell them we're sorry. We simply have no way to protect them. Hopefully they'll find refuge with your fleet. Our best hope now is to cooperate with the Tal Shiar and tell them that you have taken the refugees.
Do what you have to do. But remember, we'll come back to kill you if you join the Tal Shiar.
We can't offer much, but I'll tell other Suliban that Detan's fleet is standing up to the Tal Shiar. I'm also sending you the contact for a friendly local trader in case you need salvage or have goods to sell. But please, keep our involvement discreet. And please go. Leave now before more Tal Shiar arrive.
Okay, jeez.
Cayenne closed the channel. He's right. They'll be lucky if the Tal Shiar let them live. We should leave and report back to Tamer. Some of the refugees we brought aboard may have Starship experience. If we're expecting more trouble, we'll need some help on the bridge.
Let's go. I mean, honestly, the Tal Shiar are just so pathetic. It's ironic because they're...
We'll give the refugees a good home here. They'll be safe, and we'll do all we can to help them. This is just the start. We won't stop until we're on a new world, one of our own.
So the thing about the Tal Shiar is they're the kid with the gun problem. You know, it's not one-to-one, but the problem is they are very pathetic and very terrible and very awful. But they happen to have, well, first of all, they have some powerful backers, but far more to the point, they happen to have access to a whole lot of high-grade military equipment, which they're having trouble maintaining and operating. Romulan ships, after all, were pretty top of the line before their planet was destroyed. So imagine having a really good fleet, but not really having the infrastructure to support that fleet, and being a moron. Now you're probably thinking, hold on, Lord, why are the Tal Shiar also stupid? So there's actually a whole bunch of story that goes into this, and I discussed this more in the lore run, so I'm not going to go full in depth into this. What you need to understand is right now the Tal Shiar are what they're referring to as what's left of the Star Empire, the Romulan Star Empire. And they value people who sit down, shut up, and do their job more than they value people who use their brains. So there's kind of a little bit of self-selection culling that's been going on in the Tal Shiar for some time now to try and maintain order and command for those up top. Most of the people who don't fall in line either die or, you know, leave and go join the Republic or something else. So, for all intents and purposes, all the smart people already left.
Greetings. I have new orders for you.
See you around, Mr. Red.
Many Remans settled on Craterus after the fallout from Shinzan's rebellion. While they were safe from the destruction of Romulus and Remus, Craterus is a bleak world, with little in the way of habitable land. There are ample mineral deposits, which the Remans mine and sell for food and other necessities, but their lives there are harsh and unforgiving. Anyone who could survive on Craterus for as long as the Remans have, has strength. We could use that strength in our search for a homeworld, and I know the Remans have no love for the Tal Shiar. Go to Craterus, talk to the Remans, show them we are sincere and that we need their support.
Well, okay.
Greetings. I have new orders for you.
Let's go ahead and get the flight plan going here. This is going to be a minute. Alright, so. Ah, they're closed, that's why. Damn. Sorry, I need to order food for today and the next couple of days. So the place I wanted food from is closed, so that's whatever. Alright, so let's play some D&D. Alright, so. You find yourself in a difficult and terrifying cave, filled with monstrous creatures of the most horrific proportions you've ever seen. And yes, the destruction of Romulus was always part of the primary timeline, which is its own problematic thing. But, you know, at least, you know, they do something with it in this game. Certainly more than they do with it in the Kelvin timeline. Frankly, better than Picard does with it, too, but I don't want to get into that right now. Yeah, for Picard, it's like a backdrop to plot arc that's just so stupid that I'm not even going to discuss it. I mean, why would I? What do you think this is, a lore run? Don't be ridiculous. Wow, these are extremely... Wow. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Jeez Louise. You know what? Let's change our minds here. Well, we're almost there. Damn it. Oh, it's always a pseudo-lore. Literally everything I do is a lowercase lore run. I've said that before and I'll say it again. Even for games I don't really know that much about. It's all lore runs all the time.
The Tal Shiar are approaching Craterus, and they've already engaged a group of Riemann vessels in orbit. The Riemanns are sending out a general distress call. We have to help them.
Well, then frickin' hail them. Can you open a channel to the Decimus?
The Decimus is too heavily damaged. They can't respond to our hails. They won't last much longer if we don't help them.
Okay, let's go. All power to weapons. All power? I said all power. Or running towards Tohobath. That's the other thing.
Lead the way. We'll follow your attack vector and provide support fire.
No, you won't. Yeah, did I stutter? This ship is so slow, I can barely tell I'm moving. It's weird being in such a slow thing. Well, a Venator would be a bit of a bigger ship. Obviously, it's Octave, so that's kind of itself. That's what What did you say? Yeah, we're still in the tutorial if it's not obvious. We're effectively out of the intro, but also not really. Of course, I can't change ships yet, so I'm gonna be stuck here for a minute. Yeah, the Romulan intro is by far the biggest and most extensive of all of them. You know, I'm not actually sure. Looks like... Yes, these missions can be replayed.
The Decimus is nearby and it needs our help. They're losing structural integrity.
Working on it. It's weird being in a fighter ship that's really slow. Also, I forgot to point this out. Welcome to one of the only skyboxes in the game that's actually broken. So there's the space, right? But then there's absolutely nothing. There's only stars over there, like in the range of the actual sun. It's just weird. Anyways.
Thank you for your assistance. We're continuing emergency repairs, but most of our major systems are offline. The Tal Shiar sent detachments to the surface, and our colony is not responding to hails. With our transporters down and shuttle bay damaged, I cannot send a security team to investigate. The Tal Shiar have never been so bold.
Don't worry. They're planning to destroy your colony.
How can you be so certain? It doesn't make sense. They've left us alone for years. What would they gain by destroying our home? We keep to ourselves and we do not challenge the Tal Shiar.
Yeah, I did that too. That didn't work out very well for me.
With all due respect, we've seen this before. The Tal Shiar destroyed our colony on Virenat without warning. If we don't get your people off Craterus immediately, they'll be defenseless when the invasion force arrives.
Invasion force? We aren't in any position to begin an evacuation. The head of our fleet, Obisek, and most of our ships are on maneuvers out of the system. They can't possibly return in time. Until we re-establish communication with the colony, our priority must be to protect the people on the surface.
Okay, well, let's frickin' do it then.
Find Zden. He will help you. He resides near the communication tower on the outskirts of the colony. If we re-establish communication, then we can formulate a plan.
Okay. Well, let's beam down then. It should be fun.
Zden is to the northwest, near a force field. If planetary communications are disabled, you'll need his help to bring the transmitter back online. We'll do our best to keep more Tal Shiar from beaming down, but I can't promise we'll be able to stop them.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. There we go. It's okay. I came dressed for success. Don't have the axe, though. Very sad about that. As you can see, the Ilachi are already here.
What are those things? They don't look Romulan to me.
That's because they're not. They just look up like, what is going on with the stars? Nothing. Why? No, I'll tell you what would be messed up. Imagine if they're just wandering around in Star Trek. They look up and all the stars are winking out in the sky for some reason.
Thank you, stranger. I don't understand why this is happening. You're obviously not with the Tal Shiar.
Nope.
Why are you here? What do you want?
I'm here to help you, you moron.
Commander Kai, good. Follow me and then explain what's going on. We should get inside the security field before more Tal Shiar arrive.
Okay, let's do it. Delicious Ilachi bubblegum. Walk through the force field there, don't mind me. Father, I'm glad you're safe.
We need to know more. It's clear that our colony is under attack, but why are the Tal Shiar doing this? Why attack Craterus? What are they after?
It's an invasion. They're taking the planet.
There's no reason for the Tal Shiar to attack Craterus. We've been an established colony for over 23 years. We were given permission to settle here by Donatra. Why would the Tal Shiar attack a colony of their own people?
So the rumors are true. I Told you, Father. The Tal Shiar have declared war on our people. They're going to kill us.
Actually, so far they've been primarily abducting people.
It doesn't make any sense. We aren't a threat to the Tal Shiar. What do they have to gain? They can't do this without anyone noticing.
Let's worry about that later. We need to evacuate for now.
Evacuate? We must inform the Council. Who is going to listen to my order to evacuate? Obasek isn't here. He left Kai in charge. Why doesn't he give the order to evacuate?
The Tal Shiar knocked out communications.
That explains a lot. When we couldn't reach anyone, Slamek said he was going to check on the transmitter. He hasn't come back yet. We should find him and see if we can get communications back online.
You sound like an engineer. I could use an engineer. But in the meantime, is there any other way to warn the rest of the colony?
Without the transmitter, we'll have to start contacting colonists individually. The word will spread, but it will take some time. Obviously, something is going on, but I'm not the one to order an evacuation. The fleet or the council should make that determination.
Just start getting news out, please. I'll check on the transmitter.
You'll need help. If you're going out to the transmitter, I'm going with you. Maybe we can find Slamek there.
I would appreciate the help, thank you.
Farrell, you should stay here. Let these people handle this. We don't know the whole story yet. We need more information. We need to know what the Tal Shiar want. At least stay behind the security field until we hear from the Council.
Either way, we need to go.
Father, you can see what the Tal Shiar have done. These people need my help to get the transmitter working again. We'll take some weapons and armor before we leave. Don't worry, I can handle myself.
Alright, let's go. Let's go. Jeez. Jeez, a Louise, as they say. Can we get on with it? Here, Cetra, are you with me? You're with me. Have some armor. I gift you armor. And Torin, I give you a gun. And I suppose I'll give Cetra a gun too. Have guns. Have gun. The solution to every problem. Gun. Which is funny, because we are super not stunning these people right now. Still, I agree. A gun with a stun is a really good bun. It helps you to one whenever you're on the run. Malachi! Set disruptors to vaporize.
Slamek! You're alive!
Varel, you found me before those things did. I tried to repair the transmitter, but it was pointless. As you can see, the controls are completely destroyed. But it looks like you found some new friends.
Watch where you're shooting. We need those shuttles.
I'm... okay.
Didn't you hear me?
We're gonna need a new plan.
The controls are destroyed. The transmitter is worthless.
I heard you.
Slamek, you're not helping. What if we set up a bypass relay? If it works, we might be able to control the transmitter dish from Zed's shuttle, or even our secondary console at home.
You can also use my tricorder.
It's possible, but I don't think it would work.
Slamek, I'm gonna need you to take all of your problems there and shove them, because we got stuff to do.
Slamek! Try to set up a bypass relay for the controls. If you can get it working, then we'll head back to my father and see if we can access the transmitter from there.
Yeah, his standing animation is the creature one, which is like this. Back to killing stuff.
Where are those things coming from?
Well, there's probably an Alachi ship nearby. Well, he is a Riemann, K. Told you it wouldn't work.
I told you it probably wouldn't work.
Hang on, let me try to contact Key.
We
That's
should
not a
go
good
back
sign.
to my father and see if he's heard any news.
Let's go.
We gotta get out of here now!
What's up? What's happening up? Oh my! Okay, yep, nope, there's the Alachi ship. Let's go.
Of ship is that?
Let's go. Let's go. Well, that's a sight. Yeah, let's
we don't know. It attacked our colony on Virenat.
And now they're attacking here. We need to warn other colonies.
Believe it or not, that's what we're trying to do.
Can you, like, emote a little bit? I know you can. Just... Come on, buddy. Oh, there goes the shield. And there's their walkers. Those we'll showcase those walkers from the air later, but all you need to know about the Alachi right now is that the Alachi, you know how every race has their own shtick? The Alachi's shtick is disabling, not killing. So in actual combat with the Alachi, they have a lot of status effects, stuns, debuffs, etc. But in lore, they're all about taking you alive.
Were you able to repair the primary transmitter? I set up a portable transmitter relay and gathered as many neighbors as I could. I'm glad you found Slamek.
We need to evacuate immediately.
I'm not going to argue. Our security field is down and the Tal Shiar are attacking the colony. Hopefully everyone who hasn't already heard the message will realize what's happening and evacuate. There are more people on the outskirts of town. If I can get to them in the shuttle, I may be able to get them to safety.
We can beam everyone up to our ship.
Understood. Please take Veril with you. I'll take Slamek with me to help scan for survivors.
We'll rendezvous in orbit.
Father, I should go with you. It took me weeks to repair the shuttle's drive system. If something goes wrong, you'll need me there.
You'll be safer on their ship. Slamek can help me if we run into trouble. I'll broadcast the coordinates to every shuttle within range once we're in the air. Now go. We need to look for survivors.
I think the Alachi are worse than the Kabali. But I will admit that I don't think the Kabali are particularly good. I just think the Alachi are worse. Alright, let's get to that shuttle. I also think the Alachi are worse than the Borg, so that's whatever. Ignore the kidnapping ships. Or drones, I guess would be a better word. Kidnapping drones. Oh, shoot.
The Tal Shiar does not control me.
Okay. Who are you? This doesn't matter. Get out of here.
The Decimus has engaged the Tal Shiar and is forming a wedge so we can get the shuttles to the beacon. The shuttles will be relying on us for protection. Without our help, they'll never make it out of here. Zeden's shuttle was one of the ones that made it to the ship. He's hailing us.
Open a channel.
We're in position and ready to make a run for the beacon. Is my daughter safe?
She's on board. She's safe.
I'm making myself useful. The singularity core on this ship is practically an antique. I'm keeping an eye on the power levels to make sure we don't blow apart in combat. Don't forget to put all the shuttle's power into the shields.
Don't worry, my child. It was the first thing Slamek did. When we reach the beacon, we'll await the signal to warp to the rendezvous point. Once we're all safe, you can transfer back to the shuttle.
Right. Set course for the beacon. But first, let's go kill some Tal Shiar. Not that I'm aware of, Kay, but they might have. They redid a lot of voice acting, but I didn't think any of these qualified. That would be interesting. Imagine if you could just sign up for the Cabali. Like, hey, so yeah, once I'm dead, go ahead and take me. You know, instead of, like, burying you or tossing you into space or whatever burning is called, which I can't think of right now. Oh my goodness. Cremation, thank you. Odd.
Only a few enemy warbirds remain. Protect the shuttles.
And again, you sign up for it while you're still alive, right? So it's like, yeah, after I'm dead, go ahead and make me a Cabali. I'm cool with it. That mysterious ship over there.
We've broken the blockade. All ships fall into formation. We're reading an unknown ship near the beacon. It appears to be a battleship. If it attacks, our ships will be completely outmatched. Are you able to scan the vessel or determine its armaments?
No, but we've encountered ships like these before.
They're emitting some sort of passive scanning field. We cannot get a weapons lock, and our singularity core power levels are fluctuating.
I'm noticing the same power level variations. The field is definitely emanating from the enemy vessel. If I tap into the beacon's controls, I may be able to send a high-frequency proton burst that should disrupt the field long enough to get a weapons lock.
Fire the burst, then.
Sending proton burst.
This is the den! Help! We're being boarded!
Listen, it's fine. We're completely outmatched, but only when their status effect shield is up.
Try to stay behind the enemy ship. It has a deadly frontal assault weapon.
Yeah, I know it is.
It's not exactly easy when it keeps jumping around.
Oh yeah, right, sorry. What the heck is technical theory? I've never heard of that gun. Let me get the question doc up. There we go. By the way, Blade Javal, the answer to your question is 10 right now.
We did it!
Zidane? The mech?
I've scanned the shuttles, sir. They've taken everyone. Everyone. Even my...
How? Do we miss something?
Logs show that a cruiser warped in during the fight with the battleship, stayed at long range, and then decloaked briefly. They warped away less than a minute later. They must have taken the colonists from the shuttles while we were in combat.
I'm sorry, Beryl.
We have to go after them. We need to track their trajectory and follow them. They could still be alive, and we can catch up if we hurry.
Tavon, do we have any data on their heading?
Nothing. There was too much interference from the battleship. I wish I had better news, but we have more pressing matters. The Decimus is hailing us, and we need to get out of this system while we still can.
On screen.
We're aware of the situation, but we have set a course for the rendezvous point immediately. There are other Remans there who will need our protection. After we regroup, we will have time to fully understand what has happened here, and to mourn our losses.
If you join us, we'll be stronger together.
We appreciate the offer, but that isn't my call to make. I'll relay your offer to Obisek and the rest of the fleet. But for now, I think it would be best if we go our separate ways. When we understand more about what the Tal Shiar are after, perhaps that will change. Thank you for your help. I know you tried your best.
Good luck, Commander.
I don't need anyone's permission. I'm coming with you, and we're going to find my father. In the meantime, if you expect to keep a ship this old from blowing apart at the seams, you're going to need an engineer. Good thing I'm here.
I think we've done everything we can here. We should report what happened to Tamer. We can leave whenever you're ready.
Yeah, honestly, I cannot wait to get out of this ship. Hi, Uthor. If you notice, the construction of the stories in the Romulan stuff...
We will reach out to the Remans, but it will be difficult to get over centuries of mistrust and abuse. Perhaps if this Obisek is willing to speak to us directly, it might make a difference. I know you did your best to help them, and that the attack could not have been anticipated. I'm very concerned about this sabotage you reported, however, and that the culprit was never found. The Remans may very well have a Tal Shiar operative in their midst. We will not win every battle, but we will win the war. Count on that. Jolantru.
Shut up. If you're paying attention... Sorry. If you're paying attention, one of the things I do like about the Wrath quests here is that they're just generally better constructed compared to, say, everything else we've seen so far. You'll notice that rather than running around saving the galaxy or doing missions of the week or fighting or raiding Mars, what we've been doing is running around trying desperately to get allies together and a crew for ourselves and kind of failing at it consistently. I mean, the Suliban didn't exactly sign up, and while we found a few refugees, that was all we managed there. And when we show up for the Remans, well, they're already screwed, and all we managed to do is evacuate a very small number of them. It's a nice shift, and it's generally more thought out writing, is the way I want to describe it, which is why we're into Wrath, and we're out of BC at this point.
Greetings. I have new orders for you.
Can't wait till we get to Cat, after that matter.
There is a space station in the Gasco system that we think would be a fine addition to our group. If they agree to join us, we will have an additional base for our militia ships, as well as a supply depot that could make a big difference when we begin construction of a colony. I know there is a group of refugees there. Some of them have been there for years, but they've also had a wave of new residents, including a new commander. I'd like you to go to Gasco and feel out the situation. If you think they'd be a good match for us, you are authorized to extend them an offer.
Cool. Let's do it.
Greetings. I have new orders for you.
Piss off with those. Let's get our upgrades going here. Yes. Stop asking me. So, that's hysterical. It would take the Galaxy-class heavy cruiser of Doom 500,000 years to destroy a planet. Yeah, the Undine are dumb. I know you don't care about setting stuff as much as I do, Huthor, but Jesus Christ, the Undine are dumb. I could see that, Space Cadet. Speaking of which, I've already given a couple of positives for this story arc. Literally, I've already given 2. I think I'm going to give a 3rd right now. I actually agree with that too, Huthor. I mean, it could be argued how much that fits in Star Wars, but I have very firmly stated for many years, and will again in about 6 weeks, stated how much I think Star Wars has a super weapon fetish, which does not do its service. But in Star Trek? I mean, most of the super weapons in Star Trek weren't intended to be. So at least that's something. I mean, hell, if we're being blunt, even the Doomsday device doesn't just absolutely destroy a planet. You know, back in TOS, it shaves off chunks of it to eat. Now, granted, that's really, really terrifying and deadly and destructive, but it's still different than just... I often feel that Hollywood doesn't understand the sheer quantity of energy required to move that much mass into energy that quickly. One thing I was thinking about for the Star Wars rewrite is, first of all, we have to make the science much more cohesive, much more logical. But the second thing I was thinking of was that I was thinking of making the Death Star... You've seen Rogue One, right? The way that they use the Death Star in Rogue One, I was thinking about maybe making that as high as the Death Star can go. Because that's still really, really powerful and really terrifying and dangerous. But, you know, a little bit more into believability land than... Let's go ahead and purchase some skills here so it shuts up. We'll probably need these anyways, because we're going to be playing this character for a little bit today. Yeah, exactly, Vigilant. That's still absolutely terrifying. In my opinion, that doesn't diminish anything about the Death Star. Yeah, no kidding. Think about what that would do to the rest of the planet. Think about if Africa's plate, which I forget what it's called, there's actually like 2, I think, was just suddenly lifted up and tossed half into space. And it's like, oh, yeah, okay. I'm sure the entire rest of the planet isn't screwed forever. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And the next thing we do is you need to define the Force.
We've entered the Gasco system. According to our intelligence data, the Empire built this station in the late 23rd century, but abandoned it later when the region was no longer strategically important. Word is some refugees are living in the station now. You know the drill, right? Go to the station, preach the good news, get them on our side. Easy.
Oh yeah, this'll be a cakewalk. Milk run, really. Oh god, yeah, that was terrifying, Kay. I'm just gonna close an artery in your brain for a few seconds. Ugh.
Getting docking codes now. They've opened a channel.
Go ahead and put them through.
You are cleared for docking.
Okay. Awfully just accepting about that, but whatever. I ain't here to argue. Loading. Did I? I'll be right back. I'm going to check something super quick. I should probably also get a fresh drink because I'm out of water.
Welcome to Gasco Station. Our commander has assigned Tobal to escort you while you're here. Please speak to him when you're ready to leave the transporter room. Oh, hey, we're here. That's just... Sorry.
Good to have you here. We heard about you from the people who lived at the old Suliban Helix. The station commander has requested that I escort you to his office. Are you ready to go?
I was hoping to talk to some colonists first.
I don't see anything wrong with that. But you should know, however, that the colonists here are happy with the way things are. You'll have a hard time trying to convince them of your cause. But you're welcome to try.
Yeah, thanks. That's not suspicious as hell. Is there a woman named Rina Kev on this station?
Rina Kev? No, there's no one by that name on this station.
Thanks. I'll go talk to colonists. Hang on. We're gonna switch playlists slightly here. No reason. I'm done fighting. I just want to live a regular life. Listen, but if you fight, you can fight for a regular life.
You can't fight the Tal Shiar. That's crazy talk.
I mean...
Well, we don't want the Tal Shiar to attack here like they did at Craterus.
You're with Datan? Look, I don't want any trouble. I can't talk to you.
Are you crazy? The Tal Shiar would wipe us out in an instant if we fought them.
So... there's the other layer of that. That may sound pathetic, but remember, one Mokai warbird could take out this station by itself. Might take a minute, but it could do it. The Tal Shiar have dozens of those, if not hundreds. Probably just dozens, though.
Look, I'm a doctor. I'm not interested in this war, especially if it means more people in sickbay.
Okay, jeez. Yeah, exactly. And remember, the Republic doesn't exactly have a huge fleet to offer them right now.
We don't like trouble out here. We don't need people like you bringing it to our
The
door.
colonists here aren't eager to fight the Tal Shiar. Well, why would they be? You might have better luck talking with the commander of this station, though. He has more backbone than most of the people around here. We'll go through engineering. That's the quickest way to the administration area.
Okay. No, yeah, it makes sense why these people don't want to fight back. Which is, once again, why their alliance with the Federation is basically mandatory. The Romulan Republic cannot just show up and help defend this place. Even if they could, they wouldn't get here in time to save the people on board. So the Tal Shiar would be more than capable of running this place through fear. Castles. Lord has a castle, sallies out from the castle, goes and raids a town, taxes it, claims stuff from it, goes back to the castle. It's the equivalence. Because the Tal Shiar ship just has to show up, grab here. Oh, hey, Reloaded. I'm trying to remember what we were going to talk about. Oh, right. Let me get right back to that. Give me a sec. So, a Tal Shiar ship just shows up, takes whatever they want to, kills whoever they want to, and then leaves. Takes them a couple of minutes to do it. There probably won't even be other, Romulan Republic ships which will even hear that distress call in time to actually do anything about it. So it's the same general problem. The only way that would work is if the Republic was sufficiently doing well enough to have a ship basically right here to defend them and keep them safe, and they super don't. The Romulan Republic in many ways reminds me of the Blood Elves over in Warcraft. But anyways, so, Mr. Reloaded, yeah, glad to have you. Real quick. Several people in chat, including myself, were wondering, why is it you think that there should be no video games, board games, pen and paper stuff on board the Trek Rewrite? I'm pretty sure you gave me a reason, but I don't remember what that reason was. Tatan is trying to recruit anyone for this crazy cause of his, of not being under a horrifically evil death state. That's true. Reloaded's right. They've evolved beyond entertainment in the future. Jesus Christ. Here, if you want to talk instead of type, give me a sec. Let me pause the music. See, I go to ask it, he doesn't pick up. He's like, I don't want to talk. I'd much rather type. That's what I want. Hey, Reloaded, what's up?
What's up to you?
Well, obviously, I was trying to understand your incredibly wrong and insane mentality about not having entertainment in the future. So,
sure. No, I was open to it. It's just I wanted further discussion. So let me give you an example, and it's not one-to-one because it's an analogy, but it kind of gets the point across. Why not, if we're going to do that, have some of the characters watch Star Wars? You know how in Enterprise they had the movie nights?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just let them watch A New Hope?
I'm with it.
You and me have completely different...
Okay, in all seriousness, I have no problems with them watching movies, for example. Or, watching television. You can't tell me that long-form visual entertainment doesn't exist in the future. I roll to disbelieve on that.
Right. I don't disagree. It wasn't games necessarily. You just said Dungeons and Dragons.
Sorry, so for those of you at home, this is not just for Reloaded. When I say D&D, I don't mean Dungeons and Dragons. I know that sounds strange, but it's true.
Oh, you mean pen and paper?
Yeah, the actual term is P&P. Most people don't know the term P&P. Almost everyone knows what D&D means. So, what I mean is P&P. For those of you at home, P&P stands for pen and paper.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm more open to that. I wasn't even against it being like Pathfinder or Dungeons and Dragons. I was just, when you said Dungeons and Dragons, I literally thought that's what you meant, which was why I was.
See that? Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. That would be a little bit silly. That would, I mean, I admit it would be cute to do something like that, but that would be a wink and a nod kind of a thing. Not, they have a regular movie night where they've been going through the MCU, right?
Right. What'd be interesting though is depending on how we want to do it. I don't know if we want to give off too much or not, but when it comes to like holodeck, I know we have some stuff going on there, but when it comes to holodecks and stuff, if we had it where they prefer to do pen and paper, just because they're so used to holodecks, like holodecks are so blasé, it's kind of fun just to use your imagination.
Well, I know. I absolutely think there would at least be some people like that, because there's people like that now in real life, right? Like some people just prefer. Keeping the pen and paper thing. Some people say it's just not the same playing it online, right? Like,
right.
I don't like playing it on Zoom, or I don't like playing it on Tabletop Simulator or whatever. And so they prefer the in-person interaction, right? So, yeah, no, absolutely. I agree. We should have some people who want to just sit down and play a game, and some people who just pop onto the holodeck and do whatever they're going to do there.
Right. Hey, I'm sorry, man. That was my misunderstanding. I thought you literally meant Dungeons and Dragons.
No, it is my fault because I didn't clarify, because I'm just in that habit, right, of calling it D&D, because everyone knows what D&D is. Nobody knows what PNP is.
Right, no, and that's how I do it too. Like if I ask someone if they do pen and paper, I ask Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
And then once they say yes, I clarify. It's like, oh, is that like Pathfinder or actually Dungeons and Dragons? So I get what you're saying for sure.
Yar. Anyway, sorry for bugging you. It's just I legitimately couldn't remember what your complaint was about that, and it came up as we were playing STO here. So.
Right. Oh yeah. No, it's a good question. So cool. All right. Well, I'll let you get back to it. I will watch in the background.
Okay. Peace.
So.
That was Lore Reloaded. You should totally go watch him. He has a very, very small, much more successful than mine YouTube channel, and hopefully we'll be doing more Trek rewrite stuff in the near future, because oh god, I'm so tired. Okay, so yeah, let's move on. Did you know, I looked it up recently. I can't get back up now. Did you know that we started the 10-hour shift process in order to get through the queue 3 years ago? Not quite 3 years. We're actually a little bit off of 3 years. But in September, the beginning of September in 2019, we started doing the 10-hour shift. I'm tired. I have been putting very serious thought into pulling back early, just to start recovering a bit. My energy levels have just not been there for months now. If you remember, I actually had to pause stream a few months ago and just go lay down because of an exhaustion issue. That's never happened to me before. But anyways, I don't want to do that, of course, because I've still got 6 weeks of streams staring at me if I do it at the 10-hour rate. It's just, oh my god. Anyways. First world problems. Moving on.
You're going down to the administration level, right? I think my brother's being held down there. His name is Hiven. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He talked back to one of the new guards yesterday, then he was thrown in the prison. You have to help him, please.
I'm sorry. Tabal, is this true?
His brother was making insane accusations and causing trouble. He kept saying that one of the guards was with the Tal Shiar. That guard's entire family was killed by the Tal Shiar. He didn't appreciate it, and a fight broke out. Now, both the guard and this man's brother are in the brig. If you'd like, you can visit them after you're done talking to the commander.
Sounds good. Let's keep moving.
The commander's office is just ahead.
Sweet. I look forward to meeting the commander of this extremely legitimate Romulan station.
Welcome. It's good to meet you. I've heard so much about Titan's fleet and their fight against the Tal Shiar. I know you're here to offer us a chance to help, but perhaps there's a counter-offer you'd be willing to hear.
Counter-offer? What would that possibly be?
So good to see you again.
Da-na-na-na.
Friend, it's time for us to talk.
Hi, Hakeev. Whoa.
Surprised? You've been one step ahead of the Tal Shiar, but now your time has run out. Gasco Station belongs to us. Soon the Helix will be ours as well. Your little rebellion is coming to an end. I hope you enjoyed your tour of the station. You and your friends are going to be here for a very long time.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Jesus, these people, I swear to God. I am Hakeev, and I am so pathetically terrible that I'm going to defeat you. But I can't even do it. This is why I know I'm tired. I'm having trouble snarking. Hang on, give me a second. Let me think for a moment here. Usually I can snark on the fly. But you don't like green, Mike Kamano? But we're Romulans. Look, tell you what. We'll play Borg next, okay, Mike Kamano? Does that make it better? Yeah, increased power to the snark modulators. Okay. You know, honestly, Hakeev, I wouldn't mind being here for a long time, especially since I get to get away from, you know, this. Like, I don't know what back alley artist you went to fix your eye. You might want to go back and pay him a visit and maybe get a refund. It's not doing you any favors.
Don't resist. Make this easier on all of us. You and your crew will spend some time in our brig. But if you do as you're told, you could be released. Maybe even work with the Tal Shiar. There's no reason for there to be any more violence today. The Tal Shiar just want to help us.
They do.
If you choose to defy us, I will be forced to order my men to fire.
Oh no! That would truly be the most horrible thing to ever happen in the history of the ever. I don't know, everyone. I mean, do we have it in ourselves? Do we have the power to be able to tell the Tal Shiar to go suck a dick?
As much as I would like to believe you, what hope does Detan have? You and your group have no government, no real laws, no place to live. The Tal Shiar can give me and my people all of that and more. I'll ask you one last time. Stand down, and no one will get hurt.
Suck a dick.
We should free any prisoners, and then get out of here.
So, he's dead, and his people are dead. So, that's cool. Hang on, I gotta find a song really quick, sorry. It's unlabeled. That's appropriate for what just happened. There it is. There it is. Yes, and thus ends Evil Commander McCommanderson. 5th of the evil line. I mean, you know what they say, you're kind of born into it, right? Detan dogs, you will die just like the others. And they're dead. Cool. You got anything else coming? Oh, I should probably get some music going. So, we're getting out of here. Anyone wants to join us, you're welcome to.
Intruders present in Gasco Station. All personnel, please seek shelter.
So you're Hiven?
You're with Detan's group. I heard about you. My name is Hiven. I'm the only one left who will stand up for what's right. And look where it got me. The Tal Shiar took over the station a few days ago. I think it was right after you guys helped those people in the old Suliban Helix. A few of us resisted and got thrown in prison. I'm the only one left alive. You have to get me and my brother out of here.
Don't worry about it. Let's get out of here.
We've got a problem.
What?
Someone in the station activated a magnetic shield. It's blocking all of our attempts to use the ship's transporters. We had civilians who were trying to get to the ship, but now they're stuck too. We need to get to that transporter room, shut down the shield, and save any civilians that need our help.
Don't we have shuttles?
If we want some more firepower, we can grab some equipment the Tal Shiar were using.
Okay, whatever. I gained the ability Chronoton Mine Barrier. It's a good question, Flygant. But there's no Tal Shiar ships here at the moment. That was the whole point. It's just the station personnel who are causing us issues. Still, we do need to get the frack out of here, so... let's go.
Brother! I won't let them get away with this!
I mean, we were gonna kill them all anyways. They're Tal Shiar. Nobody cares. Beat them up, pee in their eyes. Nobody cares. They're Tal Shiar. Acceptable targets. It's a weird song. Well, how do you think his eye got like that, Flygant? Oh, for God's sakes. Actually, the Tal Shiar do have a dental plan. But I can't say what it is because it's a spoiler. You wouldn't like it. Yeah, it's the futuristic, it's the 24th century equivalent of an eye patch, right? The Kiev just wanted to be like, yeah. He goes and looks in the mirror every night like, yeah, I'm bad. You're bad, Kiev. You're gonna take over the Empire.
Pull that thing apart, right?
Seela's got nothing on you. God, that looks so cool. He's just posing in the mirror, you know, practicing his speech. You know that someone like Hakeev practices his speeches in the mirror. Whoop, I couldn't get out of that one in time. Save me! Or kill the enemy, I don't care which, just do something. Hang on, wait until the plasma's not cooking my dead body for a second. Can this plasma go away? Oh my god! It's... There we go. Save me! Your captain commands you! Thanks. We need to sell that person on making the Hakeev flexing in the mirror thing, Flygant. Alright. Everyone's dead.
For my brother.
Y'all cool? Cool. We're, getting out of here.
We need to get everyone back to the ship. There are enemy vessels inbound, and the ship is trapped in a tractor beam. Rescuing these colonists won't mean a thing if our ship is blown to pieces.
Well, let's friggin' fix it. Do I have to think of everything around here? Jesus. Greetings from beautiful...
So you've escaped. How interesting. You really do intend to take this as far as you can, don't you? No matter. You cannot run from the rest of the Tal Shiar forces in the Gasco system. My only regret is that I won't be there to deal with you myself.
I'm coming for your other eye, Hakeev. I want you to know that.
Getting out of here may be tougher than I thought with that tractor.
Really? Because that was extremely easy. Are we good? Oh, there's... Oh my god, there's a Mogai. Absolutely, Mr. Red. And then they can make it even more beautiful. So, Gum Gum asks, what is right and wrong in office politics in the extant? Huh? And that's my answer to you, because I don't even understand that question. What the hell's right and wrong in office politics in general? Whoop, hello. Boop.
And I thought the rumors of you defeating the Tal Shiar were just that. Never been so happy you are.
Interesting. Well, if you do something unethical, it's unethical. And if you do something ethical, it's ethical. It's fairly simple, Triaxia. Yeah, the Vulcans have this thing with coffee. Look, don't look at me weird, okay? But the Vulcans were going to wipe out humanity or leave us to die. I'm not sure which. And I introduced them to coffee. And we sort of became one of the protected species as a consequence of that. Because remember, coffee only grows in the coffee belt, so it's really hard to come by. The Vulcans have spent literally decades trying to reverse engineer the coffee bean in order to grow it on other planets to no avail.
Battleship inbound!
It's one of the reasons Earth is such a protected resource. That's early, but okay.
Rebellion is doomed.
Okay, that's a Dederdex. We really should not be able to kill that.
Do you think you can actually win?
No. But, I mean, what else are we gonna do? It's okay, the Vulcans don't actually like Rectigino. No, the Vulcans hate black licorice. They almost wiped out humanity over it. But then the coffee thing turned them around. It's kind of a give and take thing, you know? Infinite diversity and infinite combinations, one might say. You know what? Here's the first rule of office politics. Don't be a dick. There you go. Bam. Oh, the Vulcans are very against sushi because 100% of them are herbivores for some stupid God, I hate that. Sorry, that actually pisses me off so much. The whole species are all vegetarians because Spock was a vegetarian. Give me a freaking break. Take that on the chin. There we go. Well, we just took out a Dederdex. That shouldn't have happened. I've already given those 3 negatives, so whatever.
That'll show those Tal Shiar what happens when they cross us. If I see that Hakeev again, I'll make sure he loses more than an eye. I can't thank you enough for the help back there. I don't have much left now that Leios is gone. I'm good with a weapon, and I know my way around the ship. I'd be honored to stay aboard and help you fight the Tal Shiar.
No, they can digest meat. They have just chosen not to eat meat. See, the problem, Narset, is the actual reason all Vulcans are vegetarian is because Spock is vegetarian. That's not me making that up. That's not hyperbole.
From gaining more followers, and even Hakeev is involved. The bad news is that we lost Gasco Station. The good news is that the Tal Shiar is taking our movement seriously. That means we're gaining momentum. I'm going to talk to Titan. I think it's time to take real steps toward freedom. Greetings. I have new orders for you.
Oh, and by the way, I'm actually irritated that I have to say this. But this guy's talking over me.
And Helix, we've managed to identify several possible systems that could have planets for our colonization efforts. We'll need you to scan these systems, see if there's a suitable planet, and then explore said planet to confirm your findings. You're looking for what will be the future homeworld for the Romulans. We've also been told by Federation and Klingon officials that talks of an alliance could begin if we identify a suitable planet to colonize. Titan and I will be speaking with those officials while you're exploring. This could be the next big step in our fight for independence. Greetings. I have new orders for you.
Once again, I am irritated that I have to say this, but I don't have anything against vegetarians. If you want to be vegetarian, that's cool. Go for it. I don't care. What irritates me is bad writing. And yes, it's time to go see if we can find a new home. So can I just say how much that irritates me while I'm on the subject of being irritable here? The Federation won't even treat with the Romulan Republic if they don't have a planet that they have claimed. Something about that grates on me wrong, just the wrong way. God, we are so slow. We are so slow. Look at this. Just inching. Anyways. The idea of it's, I don't know, something about that, it rubs me the wrong way. It's like saying, yeah, you gotta have land to qualify as a group or a people or an organization or a nation or whatever. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I cannot wait to not be in this piece of garbage ship. My God. What planets do the Romulan Star Empire have? That's actually a good question. That's a really good question. So far, we've been interacting in almost entirely with space stations and ships. Hey, look, it's Glorndon Core. Get it? Oh my God.
Initiating scan. Now. Preliminary reports are turning up negative, Captain. We could perform a more in-depth scan, but that could take nearly a week. Launching a satellite would allow us to monitor the area and move forward. Your orders?
Launch the satellite. Let's continue forward. Also, I'm legitimately irritable that the Federation isn't being the Federation, but I've complained about that so many times at this point, I'm just tired of it, so we're just gonna move on. Let's see, there's a displaced people whose entire planet was wiped out, and they're undergone by a tyrannical evil regime which is oppressing and kidnapping them, as well as killing them left and right. Well, I'd love to help you, but, you know, my hands are tied, right? Now, if you get a planet, I might think about it. We could talk about it. We could just walk over and be like, hey, what's up? Maybe. I ain't promising nothing. Jesus Christ. What? Hi. It's not like the Federation is hurting for resources right now. Good Lord. Remember, the Federation is one of the only organizations interstellarly right now which is doing fine. The Klingons are on the back end and swinging down, as we already said. The Cardassian Union barely even has a functional military anymore. They're currently fixing that. The Defari, what do they got going on? The Breen are pirates. The Orions are bandits. I could keep going. Because there's plenty of other organizations which are all crap or not doing well. But guess who's doing fine? The Feds. Anyways.
We can't get a clear reading from the planet that Tamer specified. Our best option will be to drop out of warp and investigate the area. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go. To beautiful Ryza! I'm pretty sure if the Cardassian Union at this point, excuse me, the Detapa Council at this point, has a functional agriculture, it's only because the Federation gave them one. No, seriously, that was something that was mentioned in Deep Space Nine. What they call it? Soil reclamators and industrial scale replicators and stuff like that. Oh my God, Blade Jamal. And that's kind of my point, is if you limit who you're willing to interact with to something as relatively arbitrary as owning a planet, that sets some very dangerous precedents right there. There's a lot you could do to mess with that.
Nausicaan ships, dead ahead. They were jamming our sensors. That's why we couldn't get a clear reading on this area.
Uh-oh.
It's an ambush. They're hailing us. Probably to gloat. Pirates like these only care about scrapping the ship for parts and selling any survivors to the Orions. Should I open the channel?
No! Open fire! Yeah, exactly, Space. It's not like the Romulans are like, "Mwahaha," and then I will destroy our own planet because I'm stupid. No, there was a freaking thing. Like, oh, whatever. I'm done. Federation will walk around with a giant L over their foreheads. We're good. Moving on.
There's nothing better than killing Romulans.
Normally I'd agree with you, but killing Nausicaans is pretty high up there, too.
Heads up. More Nausicaans on the way.
No, actually, it came with a disruptor in front. I put a beam in front from one of the quests. There they are. Let's just say, where are they? The Prime Directive prohibits us from helping people whose star system has been exploded. It's not our place to interfere in the natural course of people's history after their star goes nova. And yes, I know it wasn't their star. Let's not get into that nonsense right now. Oh, is it plasma? Oh, God, I don't know. In fact, I'm not even going to look, because I care that little. It's green. I do know I have plasma torpedoes, but I can tell that just because of how the high yield interacts with it.
If it's not Tal Shiar, it's the Nausicaans. What's next? Iconians?
Knock on wood.
We were able to get a few scans of the planet during combat. It's no good. The wildlife is too hostile and the natural resources too few. That leaves us with one last system. The Dewa system. Dewa 3 shows some promise. We can leave orbit whenever you're ready.
The Dewans, huh? Sure. Let's see what we got going on there. Yes. The Prime Directive supplants Rule 0, which is all you need to know about how evil the Prime Directive actually is. Yep, a star will explode and threaten the entire galaxy. Meanwhile, 700,000 people. That's not how that works. I agree with you overall, by the way, Savicom. I think that, well, okay, I kind of agree with you. Because I think the Vulcans have a very serious pride issue. And so I absolutely think that some of them, not all of them, but some of them would agree to do certain things or act in certain ways because it maintains that pride. It maintains that perception, or whatever you want to call that. Wait until I show you my rainbow ship, Kay. It doesn't look as cool as I was hoping, though. But it's a rainbow ship, so I'm happy. I want a real rainbow ship someday. Bingo, Savicom. The idea... I know that Star Trek leans heavily into Planet of Hats, but the idea that 100% of a species chooses something, not a biological imperative, not anything else, but all decides universally to be like that, kind of makes me go, sure.
We have confirmation of a suitable planet! I'm patching us through to Tamer now. He'll want an update on the situation. I'll connect you as soon as you're ready.
Excellent work. You should head to Dewa 3 and set up some orbital probes, and then beam down and investigate the surface. I'll set a course to the Dewa system and keep an eye out for any more Nausicaans. Dewa 3 is one of our last chances to find a habitable planet in this region. Good luck.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Vulcans were raised to be vegetarian. And uppity snobs about it, too.
Dewa 3. This could be the new Romulan homeworld. The radiation levels of this planet made it uninhabitable. But long-range surveys have detected drops in the toxicity over the past few years. Our orders are to deploy sensory probes to scan the planet. And, if they return positive, beam down for a closer look.
Let's go! What are we waiting for? There we go. by the way, that's the other thing that irritates me about the vegetarian Vulcan thing. They were uppity pricks about it. I don't care if you're a vegetarian. Go for it. The moment you start being an elitist dick about it is the moment you start being elitist dick about it. Whatever it is you're being it about. I do not care. That's true in fiction, and that's true in real life. I'm happy you got a hybrid car. Please stop shoving it down my nose. Thank you. Point being, the Vulcans, they both start with V, eat nothing but meat in the Star Trek rewrite. Actually, whoa, that was...
A real warrior never lets his prey escape.
Really? No, I was referencing a South Park episode. Yeah, exactly. Rule Zero violators are Rule Zero violators. That's how that works. That is the modus operandi. But no, for real, what I was thinking is I was going to make most Vulcans omnivores. You know, duh, right? But then, hang on. I was specifically going to make Spock choose to be a vegetarian. And I was going to have there be actual consequences for his doing so. Like, probably like... I don't know if specifics, but I'll have to do some research on this. But the general idea was like maybe he literally has issues on a daily basis because of his diet, not being able to support the sheer amount of calories or resources or chemicals or whatever that his brain is taking up, because Spock is freaking smart, right? And he exercises that brain constantly. Now, he lives with those consequences, and he just medically deals with those consequences, right? So that's his choice. He chooses to go that way with it, and he chooses to do that. He lives with the consequences, he adapts them, yada, 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 right? You get the overall idea. I also kind of liked the idea of that being another point between him and McCoy, that he has to effectively go to McCoy semi-regularly and be like, hey, and McCoy can, like, kind of rib him a little bit about it. Doctor, I do not feel that my current dietary concerns are really any of yours. Well, they are the moment they actually affect your health, you green-blooded idiot.
The reports from the probes confirm that radiation levels have lowered on the planet. An away team without protective gear should be safe. There don't seem to be any civilizations down there either, but we'll have to beam down to explore the area further. Are you ready to transport? There are several teams that will beam down to other parts of the planet while we explore.
So, yeah, that's kind of the general idea I was thinking. Now, if you remember, there's also no replicators in the strictest sense of the word in the Trek rewrite, which means replicated meat won't really be a thing. But I like the idea of, say, by the TNG era, you know, when we've gone through the Golden Era, that non-from-animal meat is a thing. I'm not sure what to call that. And so, you know, it's for people who don't want to cause harm or to animals or to hurt them, or to eat anything from a creature or whatever, there's still, you know, meat options. Yeah, there you go, synthetic meat, perfect. We'll just call it that. Yeah, exactly, Justin. Although obviously a little more advanced, a little more processed, but probably healthier overall.
Wow. Look at this place. It's beautiful. Our orders from Tamar are to analyze the local wildlife, flora, and minerals, as well as any bit of radiation.
Well, let's go. Interesting looking planet. No promises, Savicom, because we'll have to figure out some of the pre-Enterprise history before we even get a look at that kind of thing. Honestly, I haven't rewinded that much before Enterprise in terms of building up the history. We did a little bit of work on the Eugenics Wars and World War III, and that's honestly about as far back as we've gone so far. You know, I don't think Vulcans ever really bring up flavor other than T'Pol, who mentioned several times being rather fond of specific versions of plomeek soup. Yeah, deliberately annoying is annoying. But we could also do a thing where, it was mentioned that maybe that was something that the Vulcans used to do and possibly led to some of the early interactions with some of the other races, cough, cough, Andorians, that didn't go over very well, right? And it's possible that they just kind of shuffled past that. Not the vegetarian thing itself, because again, there's probably plenty of Vulcans who choose to be vegetarian, like Spock. But I like the idea that they stop, being dicks about it, basically. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. God, I do not like this map. Sorry. Like, as in this thing. I don't like this thing. It's not great. Yeah, exactly, Sovicom. You get the idea. You get the idea. Really minor touch that I like about this mission, we're actively not killing these animals. You notice how we damage them to a certain point and then they run away? We are canonically just, scaring them off so we can do our sensors and scans and sweeps. Just a little touch. They didn't need to do that, and I like that. There's going to be a lot of more attention to detail touches like that pretty much from this point onwards in the game. Like I said, we're starting to get into the good stuff. We're not actually there yet. But the quality has clearly gone up, and my mood has gone up as a consequence. With the Cardassians is probably the best example, Triaxia, but several other times as well. Just ignore that thing there. Don't want to get too much into that. Also, I agree with Cashel. Mass Effect music works so well for this, it's kind of silly. It's one of the reasons I joke about the My Commander thing, but I really did think Mass Effect music would work for this one quite well, which is why I bothered to reacquire them.
The water is barely tainted by the planet's radiation.
It's barely tainted by radiation. Go ahead, drink it. It barely has any radiation in it. Oh, yeah, no. The Federation should have crushed Cardassia like a bug. We've actually been debating how to deal with the Cardassian conflict in the rewrite, because there's a lot of directions we could go with that. A lot.
I'm detecting ancient and dilapidated structures nearby.
That's something that people are tossing around because of the episode of Strange New Worlds that came out just last week, Triaxia. It's not something I agree with while we're on the subject. Star Trek has a long-standing history of the Federation bending over backwards to obtain peace. That actually was one of the common plot threads in TNG Season 1, and was in fact something that pissed me off constantly. As I used to say over and over and over during the Season 1 ruminations, bending over backwards and being a doormat is not diplomacy. There's an in-between here. Between being a doormat and being, the Klingons. No, I'm going to keep calling it doormat diplomacy, because that's what it is.
Displays remarkable similarity to the plants once found on Romulus.
Actually, we had a really horrible idea, which I kind of like. I probably shouldn't even tell you this, but whatever. About having a thing where, let's say that in the more modern era, probably sometime in mid-TNG, someone, probably not Picard, but someone on a Starfleet ship tries to pull some Pike diplomacy, and it blows up horrifically in their face. and gets a whole lot of people killed or worse. Kind of as like a oh, right. Kind of a moment. Actually, if I'm being honest, and this being me, I was thinking of having several moments like that. Yeah, it's actually funny. I believe very firmly in the idea of Star Trek being overall a positive thing. We talked before, you know, what can you change in the Trek rewrite and it still is core Trek? My answer to that is it still needs to be a positive show.
The high amount of lead in these rocks could be the reason for the lowered radiation levels.
At the end of the day, it still needs to have that core of positivity, of upliftingness, things getting better, yada yada yada. However, anybody who knows me knows that I write really dark stuff. But I don't think these things are in contrast to each other. I don't think these are incongruent. My opinion. I think we could have a show, or several shows, that are going to be, you know, championing that cause and that idea, while still having moments where, you know what, I don't want to give that one away. I'm actually really proud of that particular moment. I don't want to give that scene away. There's a scene in Voyager I'm looking forward to writing. That's all I'm going to say about that right now. Let's see, what's one I could give away? Okay, here's one. And you're gonna hate it. Everyone in chat, you're gonna hate it. You ready for this? So, I'm gonna have a story arc. It's gonna be 3 episodes long total. It's all about Travis. Anybody who's been paying attention to the animations I've put out already has already seen one of those episodes, which has started Travis's arc, about how he's been trying to, He joined Starfleet for the money because he wanted to squirrel away enough money in order to go ahead and buy a parcel of land and settle down and live the simple life. However, spoilers for anybody who actually cares. I'm going to give a spoiler warning here. So spoilers in 3, 2, 1. It turns out the actual impetus for Travis really getting into that was his parents. So his father died, and his parents and he ran a shipping concern on the Horizon, I think. This is also from Enterprise, but whatever. And his father died, and so they weren't doing as well. So Travis, who was already a very skilled and very competent navigator and pilot, and knows his way inside and out of ships, he goes and signs up with Starfleet for the pay, so he can send most of that money off to his mother and his brother and his sister, so they could get the concern going, so they can basically have that band-aid, that helping hand to get them through this dark time, right? The intent was for Travis to go ahead and then, you know, retire relatively early once they were back up on their feet. Thing is, a couple things get in the way of that. First of all, the NX-01. If you remember, I mentioned this in the very first episode, Travis is offered a fairly substantial sum, along with a few provisos, in order to go ahead and... hang on a second. There we go. Along with a few special provisos in order to join the NX-01 mission. He was specifically called for that, right? So he's kind of a little bit more in deep than he was intending to be. The second problem is the fact that the Horizon isn't getting better, and that's partially because of the piracy problem, thanks to the Nausicaans, which is getting worse and worse over time, not better. So all of this kind of comes to a head during his arc, which is going to be happening in Season 1. Where he goes to his ship, the Horizon, his family's ship. They hang out for a bit. They're trying to figure out what's going on. It turns out that there is one of his former members who is one of the Nausicaans. Quick aside, in the Star Trek rewrite, Nausicaan is a term, not a species.
This is Tamer. I've arrived.
Shut up. The Nausicaans actually refer to, it's the Vulcan word for pirate, essentially. So... one of the former crew of the Horizon decided to go ahead and leave the ship and leave the shipping concern and leave the, the trucker industry, essentially, to go ahead and go found his own little thing, got his own ship together, and has been raiding the shipping lanes that he knew, using all of his knowledge and expertise to raid the lines and in order to be a Nausicaan. If you're paying any kind of attention here, you'll notice that this is effectively the same arc that Travis went through, but kind of flipped, inverted, right? Rather than, joining the military to help out his people, he decided to go join the pirates to help himself. Anyways, at the end of that episode, there's going to be a bit where Travis and the cargo crew are effectively, seemingly helpless before this pirate ship. And he's like, he wanted one last big score before he leaves the sector, because he's going to move on to greener pastures. So Travis decides, for him coming after his family, he goes ahead, drops the cargo, seemingly like he's going to go ahead and hand it over to the guy, and then attacks and disables his warp drive, and that's it. He takes out his engines, effectively. Then he calls him up. He's like, hey, what's up? So I just want you to know that this is something that you had coming to you, and I don't particularly feel bad about this, but it's okay. And then Travis is gonna point and say, if you go that way, about 2.5 light years is the nearest space station. So I suggest you start going. Then he's gonna destroy the guy's comms, and then leave.
Truly, that is excellent news. We may just have our new home. I'll continue doing what I can from up here. Take your time down there and make sure nothing is overlooked. We can't have any doubt in declaring this our new homeworld.
Apparently, Kay. Who knew? Vigilant just donated, which is excellent news. I think he was trying to interrupt me, too. Ah. Interesting, Vigilant. Or Kirk. But thank you, Vigilant. I will put that towards Deus Ex Human Revolution. None of them, Pika. Come on, here we go. Now, what's funny is I noticed nobody's reacting to that at all. Would you believe when I was trying to toss that idea?
Investigate that old bridge nearby.
When I was trying to toss that idea out there, I was told it was too dark for Star Trek. And yet everyone in chat's like, what? Like, total non-reaction. In case I didn't say that properly, the whole point is that Travis defeats the pirate coming after him, disables his engines and comms, and then leaves him to die slowly in space. However he wants to. Yeah, it's his call. He can open the airlock, he can try to hit the self-destruct, or he could just sit there and starve to death. That's up to him. Afterwards, I plan to have a scene where his mother asks him why he was so lenient with him. And he's going to admit, the rest of the NX-01 crew is probably rubbing off on him a little bit. With no recourse? I mean, he could kill himself. Or he could starve to death. He'll probably dehydrate to death first. Overall. I think that would be the first thing, though. So desiccation first. Like, timeline-wise. About a week, give or take.
This fern seems to be resistant to the ambient radiation on this planet. It could be useful in treating radiation sickness.
Oh, no. I don't like to do... I have absolutely no problem with killing off characters, as I am rather famous for, admittedly, or infamous, I suppose. But I always insist that there needs to be a good reason and purpose for doing so. So, this is something I've talked to Reloaded about all the time. We constantly talk about, do we want to kill off a character? And the question is always, is it going to be useful? Is it going to be worthwhile? What does this change going down the line? Because one of the things that's on the table, we haven't done this yet, obviously, but one of the things on the table is killing off one of the main characters. And we haven't actually done that yet, obviously, and indeed have no real plans to. But of course, the idea is that should be available. That's the way I think. That's the way that I write. if you can't kill off your characters, if it's a rule that you can't kill off your characters, you have hindered yourself in terms of literary compulsion. Compulsion? Construction, excuse me. Right. Uhura's definitely dead and definitely not actually alive. Wink. I forgot about that. Anyways, yeah, status quo is God is a mentality I don't agree with. But it's also worth noting, and we've actually talked about this before, if you kill off too many characters, or if you do it too all willy-nilly, that actually has the exact same problem, just in reverse. If anybody can die at any reason for any time at any point, well, then you lose investment, and those deaths stop having meaning. So again, you need to be careful about killing. Something I also bring up a lot, and I think I've actually even talked about this in my ruminations, there are a lot of ways to have there be consequence to a storytelling, to a story in your storytelling that does not involve killing someone. There are plenty of ways to make things matter. I don't like this mission, by the way. This... Yeah. I mean... Really, Kay? Who knew? Yeah, you don't have to kill someone to hurt them. You don't have to kill someone to destroy them. You also don't even need to do something negative to them necessarily. It could just be a shift. Hear me out for a second. What if, let's say that we want to do a big change to Tucker as a character. Okay, we'll stick to Enterprise. So you could kill Tucker. Oh, God. But you could also kill Archer. His best friend is dead. Oh, God. Or you can make it so that he's permanently injured. Oh, God, he's lost the use of his leg. Oh, no. Or maybe you can... No, absolutely not, Pika. Or you can make it so that he's lost the use of his eye. He needs a prosthetic now. Or... You know, there's all sorts of things, but hang on. Like I said, it doesn't have to be a negative thing. What if Tucker becomes a father? What if all of a sudden he has this other layer added to his story, to his life, to his everyday? Now he has to think in a different framework because he's got a kid. He's got a baby girl he's got to think about, which is either on the ship or far more likely back at home. Right? Yeah, exactly, Blade Travel. Status quo shifts can be in whatever direction, right? They can move up, down, or in between. They can be just different. A centimeter's about this, by the way. Oh my god, I still need one. Where's the one I'm missing? I hate this mission so much. I like this arc, but this mission has always pissed me off. The first time Pax and I did this, we were stuck on this for even longer than I've been doing this today. Trying to find the one thing we missed. Because they're not on the map, if you see. They're not actually labeled there, so you're just kind of running blind. Looking for sparkles. Not a good quest. Exactly, Darth Tyrant. You get it. People get it. Writers, I feel, are... go watch the lore run, Pika. Writers, I feel, are too afraid of doing status quo shifts because... Well, okay, let's be honest. It's because money and executives who want the same show to show up every day, week after week, without, you know, change or interruption, because that's what actually sells. That's what keeps people coming back, to watch the comfortable and the familiar. And yeah, when I say writers, what I mean is Hollywood. I am actually specifically thinking of most Hollywood television writers, as well as some movie writers, specifically. Let's see if this counts. I don't think it's going to do because it's a crafting thing, but, you know, it might. Nope, didn't count. Yeah, I don't think it would. So, they don't want to change anything in any direction. It's one of the reasons why will they, won't they stories got so popular. And it's one of the reasons why, you know, there's nobody ever dies in shows and so forth and so on. A lot of those cliches I've been railing against for my entire life all come from this exact same problem of trying to make sure and just sit in the same position forever. Huh, it's a bit early. You know, honestly, I didn't think it would work, Mike Romano. Thank you for saying that. I was just gonna roam. It does make it better. But it still sucks. Yeah, Trek doesn't kill its characters off. Oh my god, there's still another one. That's another thing. So you could kill off a character, but you can also add a new character. That's another way to change the status quo. Trek has done that a few times. Not very often, honestly, but a few. Yeah, exactly. Saw it come. Not many off the top of my head, Blade Traval. Like, of course, my mind immediately jumps to Final Fantasy, but, you know, Locke and Celeste, Squall and Renoa, Zidane and Garnet. I want to say Sarah there. Probably exactly what happened in the Strange New Worlds episode you're probably referencing, Triexia. Romulan War, Conquest, Death, etc.
What's that?
It's a bridge.
Tholians. What are they doing here?
Those are Tholians. Tholians on the bridge, though. Let's be clear here.
Tholians. Just what we needed. Tholians are known for not caring very much about us humanoids. I don't think they even know the difference between a Romulan and a Reman. The ship isn't detecting any more Tholian ships in orbit, but with our luck, that'll change. We should see what those Tholians are after. If this is going to be our planet, they can't take it from us.
Well, now it's a territorial dispute. Ah, that would probably be... Well, okay, I shouldn't say that out loud, Blade Traval. Also, we all know the most attractive guy on Star Trek Voyager is Neelix. So, alright, let's see here. The metallic substance is what we want. The sign of the lost civilization. Trespassers, you will die before taking what is ours. Well, I mean, it was literally a retcon forced on them by actor problems, so that makes sense, Piku. I die for the Romulan Empire. Or wait, Republic.
The Tholians seemed interested in those rocks back there. Should we check it out?
Yeah, sure. Let's see what we got here.
Watch out! More Tholians inbound.
Gosh darn it. Frickin' Tholians. Can you, like, not, you know?
More on the way, sir. Why are they so interested in this site?
Aw.
No
I just
idea.
got here.
We'll find out once we have a second.
Why are you answering for me? Insubordination. By the way, you can really mess with their formation if you just do this. Because they're supposed to be behind you, so... Consequently, we intend to keep both Seven and Kess, K, before you ask. We're still trying to decide which species Seven is, though.
One more group inbound, and it looks like they're sending one of their commanders.
She is super not human, no. There's not really a good way for her to be human in the rewrite, so she isn't. So she'll just have to be a local species. Kazon aren't a species, so by definition, no, I cannot make her a Kazon. Yeah, that's, in other words, that doesn't answer the question of what species is she. Yeah, let me just stretch here during this intense combat sequence
The
here.
Tholians wanted whatever is buried in those rocks. Let's see what's beneath them.
Sorry, I'm being a dick. I apologize. There we go. Found a geode.
There appears to be a sword fossilized in this accretion layer. Trying to scan it now. Wait, this is incredible! There's definitely a blade here, and its composition and size match those of Vulcan blades from about 1900 years ago. There are only a few examples of those weapons left. Most of them were destroyed during the time of Awakening.
I'm gonna channel to Tamer. Tell him about this and the Tholians.
Greetings. What have you found? Interesting. The sword could prove to be something unbelievable. Maybe even something made by Saharian. I'm concerned about the Tholians, and I'm beginning a full scan for any of their ships in orbit.
Who's Saharian?
Saharian was the greatest Vulcan weaponsmith who ever lived. He loved war, and created marvelous swords for the greatest warriors. After talking to Surak, however, he renounced all violence and never made another blade. 3 of his swords were taken by our people when they left Vulcan. 2 were lost during the journey, and the 3rd, as far as we know, it was lost with the homeworld. But if there's a sword from Saharian's era here, and other signs of habitation, this could be the Sword of the Raptor Star, one of the missing swords. There was an expedition out in this region looking for it a few decades ago, but as far as I know, they never found anything. Maybe we've succeeded where they failed.
You really think this could be the Sword of the Raptor Star?
Anything is possible, but it will take a very long time to confirm if this is true or not. This could simply just be an old sword from a past civilization that lived here and nothing more. Regardless, I would prefer to hold out hope that this is somehow tied to us. Perhaps it is my pride simply getting in the way.
Should we contact Datan about this?
Yes, we should. Hold on! We're under attack. It's the Tholians. Go to red alert. All hands prepare for battle.
Tamer, how many...
Tamer has closed the channel, sir. I'll have the geode and blade transported to the science lab on board the ship. We should return as soon as possible. Tamer will need our help.
Well, then let's go! I don't think I am, Zach Taft. I don't think anybody can be truly ready for Resident Evil. See, Huthor, I'd make a joke about the sun, but I actually don't think you'd get it. Just in case, really quick, here's the joke. Sun dealt with. Anyway, sorry.
We managed to take out a few Tholian ships, but now we're trapped within one of their webs. There are more Tholians on the way. You've got to take out the nearby Tholians to get us out of here.
Okay. Yeah, no, Huthor is not going to get that, but that's okay. That's okay. I can live with that. I can live with that.
Thank you. We don't have time to relax, however. I'm picking up a large Tholian ship leaving warp. Get ready. The Tholians have some of the most advanced technology in the quadrant, and they never back down. We'll need to work together to survive.
We're ready. That is a recluse, and that should probably be able to Shrek us, if we're being honest. 87, I think, Mr. Ed? Something like that. Couple. When you say literally, like, I know right now Britain is getting hit by heat, but how literally are we talking here? Oh yeah, by the way, the Tholians are going to be extensively used in the Trek rewrite. Like, we're going to be doing a lot with the Tholians. So I hope you like Tholians, because if you don't, well, that sucks. We're also going to be doing more with the Gorn, yes. Not as much, no. I've actually already given this away, so I don't mind sharing. Let's just say there are no Zindi in the Trek rewrite. But there are Tholians.
Excellent work. Hopefully the Tholians will stay away. What did you find? Is it possible for us to colonize the planet?
Explain, explain, explain.
By the elements, a habitable planet and one of Saharian's lost blades? That could only mean that this planet must be one of the worlds our ancestors visited after the Sundering. I knew that their path could have taken them in this area, but I never... I'll have to speak to Mimic. She's always had an interest in our history. You should get to the flotilla and speak to Datan. He'll want to know everything you've found.
Yeah, admittedly, it almost feels convenient, but I do kind of like it too, so whatever. Come on. Oh, right. I'm going to the flotilla. My bad. Hang on, let's engage the slug drive. And let's give out some positives while we're at it. And a negative. Convenience isn't always bad. The game is technically frozen, but only because I alt-tabbed. It's a bug that's been happening during this run. I think it's because of how it interacts with OBS, but I'm not even sure about that. It's not actually frozen, it's just, it's being weird. What's the name of the quest I'm on right now? Eh. Good afternoon! Exclamation mark. I hope the heat is treating you well, period. Lord knows it's been pretty bad in several places, comma, including here, period. Someone asked that the other day, Flagend, and no, it is a new problem. It is a bug. I showed off the other day what it looks like when that CPU is ticked. It's much worse. So yeah, yes, no, it's actually worse than freezing. No, it's a new bug. It's either an actual bug with the game, as a result of something they patched recently, or it's a new bug as a result of something they patched and it interacting with OBS. The reason I say it that way is because we've streamed this game before and did not have that issue. That's significant because it means something has changed since then and now to make OBS interact with it worse. And it's probably, let's be honest with ourselves, the game, because the game has actually been adding bugs in the years since then. Quite a few of them.
Jolan True, you found something incredible. This will be the new home of the Romulan Republic. It will be Mol Rihan, New Romulus, and we will create a new way of life there. This is exactly what we needed to begin talks with the Klingons and the Federation at Khitomer. Unless you have any more questions, I would report to Tamer. I have many preparations to make.
But how does this impact our Federation and Klingon allies?
We will need allies to help with the colonization. It's likely that the Federation will be willing to help with this. We also cannot settle on New Romulus without the goodwill of the Klingons, given how close we are to their space. If they would be willing to lend us a small portion of their military might, we would be safer from the Tal Shiar. After that, if Empress Sela continues her attacks, she will be doing it against a new civilization, not a band of rebels. That will make all the difference.
And there's some of the political wrangling going on. I, of course, talked about this extensively during the lore run, but all I need to know right now is that nobody's recognizing us as a state yet. And that's a problem, because if we're not a state, well, then the rules don't apply to us the same way as they do to, states. So, did you figure out the sword? Is it actually legit?
We don't know yet, but we do know it is as old as the Sundering and uses materials like those of the Vulcan Swordmasters, so that narrows it down a bit. The Sundering tore our people apart, but it also unified the Romulans under a common cause: the preservation of our emotions and our freedom. If this is truly the sword of the Raptor Star, it could help to once again unify the Romulans under the cause of preserving the freedoms we hold dear.
Okay. Well, I'll go talk to Tamer and hopefully get a new ship. God, give me a new ship. Please.
Good work. I knew you were the right person for this job. It will take us a long time to analyze the sword you found. We have to be very careful with something like this. But even the possibility of finding the sword of the Raptor Star has given everyone on the flotilla hope for the future. Your role isn't done yet, however. Datan and I both want you to be with us for our next task, meeting with the Federation, Klingons, and Empress Sela on Khitomer to talk about peace and the colonization of New Romulus. Greetings. I have new orders for you.
Congratulations. You've proven yourself to be invaluable to the Republic Navy and earned the respect of your fellow officers. Return to New Romulus. I would like to formally recognize your contributions to the Republic.
Let me beam to New Romulus, the planet I literally just looked at. I'll deal with that
We've
later.
made a breakthrough. We can't lay claim to Dewa 3 and make it our new home without allies. The planet is close to Klingon space, although they've never formally claimed it. If we could get their support, or that of the Federation, we would be able to break away from the Romulan Star Empire without worrying what the Tal Shiar will do. Datan has been working for weeks to get the Klingons and the Federation to agree to talks. Now representatives from both factions will be at Khitomer to hear our proposal, and so will the Empress. I want you there as well. I think we'll need someone like you on our side. It won't be easy, but this is our best chance to create a new life and a new home.
Some of you may or may not have noticed that I gave several positives to co-op, but not all the positives. Do you see this line here in yellow? This mission can only complete it in single player. They started doing this around the Romulan stuff. They didn't do it all the time, but they did it periodically enough that it irritated the snot out of me. It's the same problem FF14 has. There's some content you literally cannot do with a friend or in a group.
Greetings.
Now, it's less irritating than FF14, but it's still irritating. So, that sucks. As I say, that better. So, I think we get the Deled right now. Let me double check that. Yep, okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Are these the same ship? That's weird. Whatever. Yeah, sure. We'll rename this ship the Tyran 2. Because, you know, duh. No, Blade Cheval. Unlike FF14, I've never walked away from STO over that nonsense. STO is nowhere near as bad about it. Not only are dolphins on the Enterprise D, Ben Wilmot, but there's actually nothing but dolphins. Just all of them, 100%. The whole crew is dolphins. Actually quite terrifying to think about it. Guess I'll have to do. Yep, Dolphin Trek. The main character's name is actually Dolphin. There be dolphins here. Oh my goodness. Y'all are terrible. Alright, say, we now have quantum absorption, which gives us temporary hit points, shield heal, and shield heal over time. So a live button. Woo. Welcome to beautiful Ryza. Still can't transwarp. Oh my god. Well, I don't think we're going to make it in time, and my food's actually going to be here soon. So, during the entire lunch break, I'm going to be making my way to Kittimer. And then we'll go ahead and come back and continue the Romulan story arc. We get to meet Empress Sela. Can't wait for that. I'll see y'all in a bit.